Oh, wait, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Start over?
Please.
Okay,
There we go.
all right. Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. We will be going into closed session. Can I get the clerk to please read the closed session item?
Closed session item, agenda number 1, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding the following employee organizations: Sheriff's Management Unit, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, Deputy Sheriff's Association, unrepresented employees.
Thank you. Are there any public comments in the room? Seeing none in the room, are there any online?
There are no online public comments.
All right, so we will go into closed session. We will return at 9 a.m. Good morning. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors for September 12th, 2023. Please rise if you can for our pledge. Holly, can you lead us in our pledge, please? No? Okay, I'll start it then. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I knew that it's all. Her hands. All right, and at this point, we will read out from our closed session. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with county designated labor negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding the following employee organizations: Sheriff's Management Unit, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, Deputy Sheriff's Association, unrepresented employees. Board action, no reportable action taken.
Thank you, Stacy. So we'll move on to the next item, which is staff announcements. This is time for the county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public. And Lisa Medina, you're up.
Good morning, Chair Tofinelli, respective board members, Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. Today, I have a few staff announcements. The first being is that in August, our dog volunteers gave over 668 hours of their precious time. The shelter had 16 adoptions, including Phoebe, who was with us for over 50 weeks, Sandy after 3 months, Sweet Pea after 2.5 months, and Sugar after 2 months. We have more dogs, and recently a litter of puppies was dumped at our shelter that are looking for their forever homes, so please come by and visit. We have cats and kittens at the shelter that are also looking for forever homes. You will be able to see them, some of them, on the PowerPoint slides displayed during recess. Our cat volunteers gave over 140 hours of their precious time in August as well. Focus had their last rabies vaccine clinic this past Saturday, and we vaccinated 96 animals. Focus will have the very last free rabies vaccine and microchip clinic on Saturday, October 14th, here at the Government Center with Dr. Kathy Gatlin. We hope to see our community there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Gina, morning.
Good morning. How's everyone? I've got some great news.
That's good.
Yes. So on behalf of the Planning Department and Miller Planning Associates, we are pleased to announce that we have released the draft update to the county zoning code for public review. You can go to the county website on the planning page to find this great document. I've provided you all with a copy of it. Just so you understand how this is going to work, we've broken down the entire code into 3 sections. The first section is up for review now, and that is the zone districts and use regulations. The following section for review will be county-wide regulations, followed up by the administrative processing. We will begin study sessions with the Planning Commission on October 11th. We are encouraging the public to be involved. In addition to the zoning code update, we will also be running concurrently a zoning map, amending approximately 5,000 parcels in the county. We will be sending out individual notices to all those landowners so they can call in, get involved, find out what their zoning is going to be. The majority of the parcels are actually not really going to be affected. It's a combining zone district that's going to be changing, but there will be some base zones that will be affected. Very few, but there will be some. So in addition to the zoning code update, in your packet, you've got 2 flyers. One of them is questions to most frequently asked questions, basically informing the public about what a zoning code is and why it needs to be updated. The other flyer is an informational flyer explaining the process and providing everyone with contact information. You can email me, you can call me on the phone, you can come by the office, and we'll give you whatever information we have and be able to answer any of your questions. So you all have additional copies of these so you can distribute them throughout your district, hand them out to your constituents, post them on community boards, whatever. That will be up to your discretion. In addition, I've got multiple copies for the public if they would like to come up and not sure what the process is. Do I leave these right here? Go ahead and help yourself. Give us a call. We'll be there for everyone to answer questions and excited to get this process moving.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Gina, one last question. Again, there's a 30-day comment period.
30-day comment period. Yes, you've got the first section, zoning regulations, zone districts and use regulations up on the web now. And along with the flyers and previous information concerning, the prior meetings that we had to get this whole process started.
So
So
30 days begins today or?
it actually began yesterday.
Began yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
When did the, I'm sorry, can I ask?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
When did
You
the
turn your mic on.
Wow.
The notices of public hearing will go out before the action hearing. So the study sessions do not need to be noticed.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. The notices to the
To the property owners.
to the property owners that
Yes,
that
they-
actually have a zoning amendment.
Yes, they will go out prior to the first meeting of action
Okay,
after the study sessions.
thank you.
Gina, I'm sorry, we're going to, just to clarify Ben's point, we're going to mail something to each of these property owners that are.
Yes, so there's approximately 5,000 landowners or parcels that will be affected. And we have the list together now. We're a little bit behind because we just made the decision to include the zoning map along with the update just last week. So we haven't yet gotten the map completed. But we do have a list of those parcels. So if anyone is concerned about whether their parcel would be changing, everyone can give me a call and I'll check the list to see if their zone's going to change and what it's going to change to. But those property owners will be getting individual notice in the mail.
The reason I ask this is because, look, we have a 30-day comment period that already started. You're talking about mailing notices later. Shouldn't they have the opportunity to comment during the public comment period or? Will
Absolutely.
But they won't know until they receive those notices.
The notice of public hearing will go out prior to the action.
But the letters to the people that,
So
We
everyone
can-
can give comment now. For
Yes.
the next 30 days, and then prior to any action being taken, those property owners
Right.
whose parcels will actually be affected will get their individualized notice.
okay, so they'll have another opportunity to discuss.
They'll have lots of opportunity.
Excellent. That's
Yes.
just making sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? Okay, any other staff comments? Any online?
There are no online staff announcements.
All right, we'll move on to the next item. Next item is recognition and acknowledgements. First one is proclamation from Behavioral Health to adopt a proclamation declaring September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in Calaveras County, and I will turn it over to Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Toffenelli. This is to proclaim the month of September 2023 Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in the County of Calaveras. Whereas September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, which helps promote awareness and resources around suicide prevention. And whereas this is a time to raise awareness of this stigmatized and often taboo topic, we use this month to shift public perception, spread hope, and share vital information to people affected by suicide. And whereas the county's goal is to ensure that individuals, friends, and families have access to the resources they need to discuss suicide prevention and to seek help. And whereas every death by suicide directly impacts numerous family members, friends, loved ones, and by extension, the entire community. And whereas Calaveras County Health and Human Services Agency Behavioral Health Division is committed to raising awareness, providing education and training on suicide prevention, and helping to reduce the stigma associated with suicide and attempted suicide. And whereas BHD intends to conduct suicide prevention trainings in September that teach how to help others and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. So with that, is there any comments from behavioral health?
Good morning, Board. Wendy Alt, Behavioral Health. Usually we have an individual come and speak to you that has attempted suicide. This year, we have a few family members that it has affected. So with that, I'm going to give you Melissa Patrick.
Okay. I apologize for having my phone. I need it for notes, just so if I start crying, I could get myself on track. So I'm Melissa, and I'm here to share my story about how my father's suicide affected me. So my dad was always just a sensitive soul and highly empathetic. He did let certain things get the best of him. So we had a pretty good relationship, though. We were always open with each other. We spoke to each other like friends. So it was a shock to find out that he did commit suicide. So the night I was out, I remember my cousin calling me, which was strange because my cousin never calls me. And I got the call and he mentioned like my dad had shot himself. That didn't really sink into me. What first hit me was denial, like what that statement actually meant. I kept thinking like, oh, maybe he just shot himself and he's in like critical care. He's in surgery right now. Like I just could not comprehend what that meant. So I stayed up all night thinking of all these scenarios of, you know, he's not dead. He's still here. It's just a bad situation. But as I talked to family and friends, like it sunk in that he was gone. So immediately it was denial and confusion. But as time went on, I thought I could handle the feelings of grief by myself. Like, oh, I'm just sad. I can get through this like any other day. Turns out you can't. I signed up for therapy because I kept spacing out. I kept forgetting things. I kept crying randomly, like while doing chores. I got in a pretty severe car accident too, because I was just spacing out, thinking of all the reasons of like why someone could do that. So therapy helped me also when, you know, it's my dad who truly needed the resources and the therapy for all of his mental health addiction and addictions. But as things progressed, you know, I started to feel what helped me most was being able to talk to my friends and family who his suicide also affected. So he was like a rock in his circle. He took care of my nanny and papa. He was a father figure to my cousin and a grandparent to my cousin's children, as well as a best friend to my aunt. He just didn't realize how important he was to our family and to his small little community that he created. So I wish he would have known how important he was and how valuable he was, no matter how little that he did, even though like it did create a huge impact for other people. Sorry. It really made me think about cultivating loving relationships with people who are in my life today, and really focusing on sharing how the people in my life are important and how I value them, because you never know how much time you have with someone. And so whenever I talk to people and I get a hint of like sadness or something, I try to hone in on that, and then I'll advocate for mental health as well. So that's my story. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing with us.
Hello, board. My name is Paul and I own Paul James Jewelers in Angels Camp, formerly Firefall. And last year, my family was also wrecked by suicide. My best friend had taken his life and told our family the week before that he was going to do it. And we just didn't have the tools and we just didn't know how to handle that. We called and we helped and we tried to do, as much as we could do in that week, but wasn't enough. And so I have been on this journey for this last year, really seeking out what I could have done and what tools I needed to bring to my family or anyone else that can help with mental health and suicide prevention. And so our company made a beautiful little necklace, and we'll do this every year that just represents suicide and mental health month. And it's something that will go into, I believe, a raffle, an auction to make some money for our county. But we're dedicated and we're standing firm on the fact that we can help fix this because it is such a big deal. He was a shining light, like most everyone in this room can probably relate to knowing someone like that. He stood out and he was wonderful and beautiful, and he did take his life, and we've all been affected by this. And as a company, we want to stand firm with our county and our people here, just representing as much as we can and building as much as we can to give tools to our local people to help with suicide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for having the courage to share your story with us today. One of the myths that I just want everyone to realize is that if you ask somebody if they feel like they're going to kill themselves, it is not going to cause them to do so. You can take that opportunity to reach out for help. You can call 988 or reach out to Calaveras Behavioral Health. So thank you all for being here today.
With that, before I ask for public comment, the two of you that shared with us today, thank you for the strength for standing up and talking about your, I'm not going to say story because your reality. And you both talked about helping out people. You are both important to the community too. And we all value you that are here. Thank you. With that, public comment.
Good morning. My name is Edward Mullery. I live at Lakeside Mobile Estates.
Okay. This is public comment on this item.
Oh,
General
I did
public
that
comments.
last time too. I'm
My
sorry.
apologies.
When it comes to general public comment, I'll let you know.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Anything online?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
I'll move this item.
Thank you. A motion by Chair Toffenelli,
Second.
a second by Vice Chair Garamendi. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, this 12th day of September 2023 does hereby declare September as Suicide Prevention Month. Thank you.
I probably owe a special thank you to Melissa. It's my sister. She could be mad at me after this, but thank you.
Oh, no. Thank you.
All right, we will move on to the second recognition and acknowledgement. This is a proclamation from OES to proclaim September as Emergency Preparedness Month in Calaveras County, and I will turn this over to Supervisor Fallendorf.
Whereas the Department of Homeland Security has designated September as National Emergency Preparedness Month across America. And whereas National Emergency Preparedness Month is an opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of emergency preparedness and encourage all Americans to better prepare their homes and communities for emergencies. Whereas National Emergency Preparedness Month is also an opportunity to pay tribute to America's first responders who put themselves at risk for the safety of their fellow citizens. These brave law enforcement officers, firefighters, and emergency service personnel exemplify the compassion and commitment to help the strength of our country. And whereas in the event of any natural disaster, large-scale emergency, or terrorist attack, America's first line of defense is provided by first responders, including local law enforcement officers, firefighters, and emergency medical professionals, who, when properly trained and equipped, have the greatest potential to save lives and limit casualties after a disaster or terrorist attack. And whereas Calaveras County Office of Emergency Services encourages citizens to make plans with and for their family members as to where to take shelter should an event become immediate, and to make plans as to where to meet should family members become separated. And whereas because OES risk assessments include events that could cause disruption of life-supporting services, citizens are encouraged to develop to-go kits with supplies to support each family member and pets for 72 hours. And at this time, I will turn it over to anyone in OES.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Board. Mike Masoni, Director of Office of Emergency Services. I'm joined with Baljit Singh today, one of our emergency services workers. He's doing a great job of planning and preparedness as well. So I just wanted to bring him up and acknowledge him. National Preparedness Month. I wanted to also say thank you to the members that spoke on the suicide awareness. It's a big issue, and speaking about it and making normalizing speaking about it, I think is going to go a long way. So I want to say thank you to them as well. Coming after Patriots Day yesterday, September 11th, the attacks on the U.S. Gave rise to preparing for additional events. We are not immune to those events here in this county or in this area. So I want to make sure that we're providing all the resources necessary to the citizens of Calaveras in order to prepare for not only wildfires, earthquakes, tsunamis, flooding, et cetera, but also to prevent additional events. So I want to say thank you for recognizing us today, and reach out to members of the public if you have any questions, needs on preparedness. We are highlighting preparedness details on our website and pushing that out to the public daily as reminders. So if there are any questions or concerns, please reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there, you guys have?
Good morning, honorable board members. Just wanted to say thank you for recognizing Preparedness Month. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, are there any public comments on this item? Okay. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Stockton, second by Chairman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Now therefore it be proclaimed that September is Emergency Preparedness Month in Calaveras County, and that the Board of Supervisors encourage all citizens and organizations to take action to become prepared for any disaster or emergency. Thank you.
Okay, get ready. I'll let you know. We move on to the next item. This is general public comments. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter and jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. So is there any general public comments?
Okay, well, there's a repeat of last November. Okay, I live at Lakeside Mobile Estates. Last November, we came before the board with a lot of concerns regarding the leach field, our water system, animal control. When I left the meeting, I went down to environmental health to put a complaint out about construction being done at the leach field without permits or proper inspections. Environmental health did nothing. They didn't come up, inspect, they did absolutely nothing. A month later, we started leaking 2,000 to 3,000 gallons of black water into the Parks Lake. Then it went down into the New Hogan watershed. Came back myself and another tenant, put in another complaint to environmental health. They gave the property owner violations and nothing has been enforced as of this date. We just had a test for E. coli again that showed over 2.5 million parts per million of E. coli bacteria in the lake, which is not only exposing the tenants, but it's also exposing the general public to infection. We had one case of E. coli urinary tract infection already at the park. I wrote a letter to all the board members. It is extremely important you read that letter because the tenants will take this to a grand jury. We will petition the district attorney to open a grand jury into why environmental health, Calaveras County is not taking action against this landowner. We do not want to do that. You know, we want to give the Board of Supervisors and we want to give environmental health the opportunity to rectify this problem. But we're tired of living under these conditions. We're low income, we're on Social Security, and we are coming to you to help us. Last November, we felt like it got brushed under the carpet. We're not letting it get brushed under again. Helen Ariza, she's also got something to say on this. So I'll give her I actually made it under 3 minutes. So, but it's really important you read that letter, okay?
Any other public comment?
Oh, me? Oh, no, no.
I said, yeah. You have 3 minutes. Keep an eye on your timer.
Thank you. All members of the board respectively. I am here as a resident under your supervision. Your duties as the board is both legislative and executive authorization of the county. Legislative role of the county, amongst other things, is to protect public health, safety, and welfare under your jurisdiction. You have the oversight and the overseeing of this role. You, the board, have statutes of common law requirements. Perhaps negligence, wrongful behavior may fall under these elements. A packet of approximately 63 pages was sent to Environmental Health and Barbara York, District Attorney, on February 9th, 22, making them aware that Lakeside Mobile Estates had been suspended by the state on January 28th, 22. For violations, no response from either agency or the district attorney. Tenants were present at the Board of Supervisors meeting on November 8th, 22, with their concerns. Environmental Health requested the release of lab work done by me from Alpha Analytical Labs on August 30th, 22, over a year ago, and again in September 7th of 23. The leach field was violated by Environmental Health on January 3rd, 23, 9 months ago. And with approximately 90,000 gallons per month of black water leaking on the ground, 2 creeks, and a 4.5 acre lake on the private property, which goes downstream. Would you let your families live in these conditions? What is your resolution? Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
What I have to say is pretty much in reiteration of what they're saying, is that the representative form of government that we have in the US is basically created on the foundation of the Bible. And there's a couple of principles that do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if these people are having an issue with their water and you don't happen to, what does it say for you? They have given their trust by voting you guys in, as everybody else in the county has done, to do the right thing by them. The other responsibility from the Bible is that you have become watchers on the wall. And when you see danger or you see an enemy approaching, if you don't say something and do something, their blood is on your hands. And the other thing that's bothering me right now is the vulnerability of our county for the collapse of the currency. And not a lot of people know what's going on with the US dollar and what it will do to the families in this county. I think if it would be beneficial for the county in each district to have town hall meetings for educating of people of what the central bank digital currency would do, and that we have options to make our county resilient, that we all might get through this, not unscathed, because it's going to happen no matter what, but we have options to be able to weather the storm. And I want to trust our leadership that we would do the right thing and help families out. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
My name is Christopher Butner. Board Chair Tofinelli is a scheduled speaker at the Chamber of Commerce State of the County event on September 22nd. What Mr. Tofinelli will notably fail to reveal is a well-corroborated fact pattern. The state of the county is one of institutionalized endemic corruption, born of duplicity, backroom dealing, and influence peddling by and between the Board of Supervisors and multiple business bureaus. The leadership of the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce and the Calaveras Visitors Bureau in league with willfully negligent and deceptive county supervisors allegedly engaged in multiple representations jeopardizing the county's financial integrity. The Board of Supervisors' blatant corruption prompted the filing of 3 grand jury complaints in June. $50,000 in TOT revenue was egregiously awarded to the chamber recently as a result of backroom dealing and influence peddling conducted by and between the leadership of the chamber and several members of the Board of Supervisors. This allegation is explicitly corroborated by a series of email and text exchanges between county employees and chamber leadership obtained by Public Records Act responses. In another recent instance of alleged corruption, the Visitors Bureau misrepresented its nonprofit corporate type as public benefit in the 4-year, multi-million-dollar plus tourism promotion agreement with the county finalized 3 weeks ago. This despite the CVB having surrendered its public benefit status with the DOJ and Secretary of State in 2021 upon conversion to a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation. Credible allegations have emerged of negligent or fraudulent misrepresentation by the leadership of the CVB, of which District 3 Supervisor Huberty is the executive director. Furthermore, the CVB has allegedly been operating illegally without valid bylaws for more than 2 years and allegedly induced partially or fully the Board of Supervisors and administration into signing the 4-year funding agreement for tourism promotion under false pretense. Public Records Act responses from County Council suggest the administration was not notified by the CVB of this change from a public benefit nonprofit corporation to a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation. The mission of a mutual benefit nonprofit corporation is to serve its members, not the public, yet public tax funds are being diverted to the CVB despite the administration and taxpayers not having been informed of the CVB's conversion in 2021. The matter is under review by the Charitable Trust Section of the Attorney General's Office, the Legal Review Unit of the Secretary of State, and is being referred to the District Attorney's Office for investigation. The state of Calaveras County is corrupt. Learn more at calaveras2024election.com.
Any other public comments?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name's Shelley Hance. I'm retired as Executive Director of the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. And I listened to the video from your last meeting, and I hold a lot of the history having started there in 1982. I wanted to ask you, I have compiled from the board minutes that I was given access to by ACCA some history that with Calaveras County, ACCA, and the CMCA, Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. I would like to ask that I either have possibly 10 to 15 minutes under that agenda item, or that you might agendize me at a future meeting to be able to go through that history. It's a very interesting and informative for you. And it also includes the Calaveras County way back in the 80s asking ACCA to provide energy services. So it would be up to you how you would like me to proceed.
Yeah, we can't allow you to have 10 or 15 minutes because that would be 3-minute public comment.
Right.
So if you want to get on the agenda, you need to get through admin and Teresa.
So that would be your preference rather than on that agenda item today to give you that background?
Yeah, because
Okay.
remember the public.
I just wasn't sure. All right. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Morning, board. My name is Michael Beha. I'm just following up from last month's topics about the homelessness situation in the RVs and whether you guys did something about it or was self-proclaimed.
We have an item coming up on that. So
Okay.
Once the item comes, and you can speak about it.
All right, no problem. Then while I'm up here, just a couple of items. I know back in the day, there used to be a street sweeping service that came through Highway 49, and it kind of looks like we're a beach community now because there is so much dirt piled up in the curbs. If that's something that can be looked at or addressed, or even community service where you get somebody out there with a shovel and scoop all it up. It's pretty much backed up in there. Speed tables are great. We need one more if you have the opportunity down by the Met, going down California Street. They go flying down there, kids coming from school. It's kind of a blind turn. You could drop one in there. That would be freaking spectacular for the safety of the children. And otherwise, that's pretty much all I had to say. I had one other item. Oh, maybe something with Turner Park. I know back in the day, they used to have some guy that used to hang out there. It was in a trailer that sort of watched over the park. It'd be nice to revisit that again. Over at the bridge, it's used as a dumping ground. I don't know if you guys are familiar. They just throw stuff over that little bridge underneath there. There's now mattresses there. A couple homeless there this morning that I saw. So if there's something that can be addressed with that to kind of get that park possibly back in shape, maybe have the bathrooms open again like they used to, that would be great too. Otherwise, again, with the homeless thing with the RVs, that was a part. Let's don't stop just because they left town. I think Time Bomb had his truck broke down, so they towed him out. And then RV Billy's down in Valley Springs now because he said he's been harassed too much. Shouldn't get to the point where we're harassing the homeless. But we do have a part with, if we can get the signs up on the street, that was an item that was potentially talked about, 2-hour parking with residential permits. I don't know if that's on your agenda with the homeless.
So we have an item coming up that you can speak up when we get to that item. This is for items not on our agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so
Well, I
that
appreciate
item
it.
is going to be coming up here pretty quickly.
Pretty quickly. All right, well then I'll hang out then.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Any other public comments? You need to come up to the microphone, please. You'll have to wait till the budget comes up. This is for items not on the agenda. There's an item on the agenda. You have to wait for that item to come. So is there any other public comments? Seeing none in the room, is there any online?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, so at this time, we'll close public comments and we move on to the next item, which is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. These will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. And I have an announcement for item number 10. It will be removed and brought back to us at another date. Is there any board member wish to pull an item off consent?
Item 20, please.
Supervisor Fallendorf, item number 20. Any other board member have an item? I've been told that IT is going to pull item number 18. He has some added information. Did you have an item?
No, I was agreeing.
Yeah, okay, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Fallendorf, but I think your intention is to recuse yourself from voting on item number 20. So we don't have to pull it from the agenda for that, if you just want to state that you are recusing yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you're just gonna recuse yourself from item 20. Okay, is there any other staff member wish to pull an item from the consent? Is there any online?
There are no online requests.
Is there any member from the public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Can you come up, please?
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 4.
Okay.
Alsa Gallen Taxpayer Association, item number 7, 8, 15, 17.
7, 8, and what?
15.
15,
15,
18's already been pulled.
17,
Oh, 17, 15 and 17.
correct?
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Is anybody online? Excuse me, anybody online that wish to pull an item?
There are no public members of the public.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I'm open for a motion for
The remainder.
The remainder.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Stopper, a second by Supervisor Hubbard. You wish to recuse yourself?
Just from
20.
one single item.
Yeah, she needs to say that.
So for item number 20, I'll be recruiting myself.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll go on to the first item that was number 4. Vicky?
Yes, Vicky Ranky. I pulled number 4 because that item was on the consent agenda a meeting or two ago. And it was pulled for a specific reason. People were concerned about the answer that was given to the grand jury on the remediation of the marijuana grows that were previous, probably 2016. So I was surprised to see it back on this agenda. One of the reasons you pulled it was to wait to hear a report from the building department on the marijuana and what was happening with it and recommendations. So then you were going to make a decision on this after that report. And you even pushed the reporting up to this meeting. It was going to come on, I think it was on the 25th of September, something like that. And we have the report today, but yet you have this on consent calendar and you were just going to approve it without ever listening to what was being said. So that's why I'm pulling it. I don't understand why it got put on that agenda prior to hearing that report. And I just have to make a comment that that's the kind of things that happen with boards and government that really annoy the people, because that was said, we thought, okay, well, we'll hear a report and then you guys will make your decision whether or not you're going to change your response to the grand jury. So anyway, thank you.
Respond to that.
So this item was pulled prior. We have still worked with environmental health and our cannabis department, our building official, and there were no changes from their perspective on the response. That's why it was put back on consent, because it is a coordinated response from those departments on this item. So, but if your board would prefer, we could table this item until after the cannabis presentation, and then the board could vote at that time.
I'm open for that. I'm fine with that. Supervisor Huberty?
Do we run into risk of being too late to respond? Because wasn't this in June?
Well, we
Well,
put it on today.
We could just trail it to the end of today's meeting
Oh, I see.
until
So
after.
Item 31.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Ben?
Oh, absolutely. Either way is good, and consideration's always good.
Al, you got a comment on this item?
On this item 4, I was not able to read the response. For some reason, my computer couldn't download the from the website. And if you could read your response, then we'll all know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, when we get to back, we're going to table until after item 31. So when we get to that point. Okay. All right. Any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, we were going to table this till after the cannabis report item, I believe is 31. So we move on to item number 7. Al, you pulled item number 7.
Yes, thank you. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. It's a resolution for from the administrative office to adopt a resolution authorizing the county executive officer or designee to apply to the California Strategic Growth Council for a $10,000 community resilience center grant. I think that I spent it. Could you explain exactly what that is?
So Chairman Toffenelli, members of the board, the item before you is for giving us permission to apply for a grant. It's actually for $10 million for a resiliency center to be located here in San Andreas. The resiliency center would be an emergency evacuation site should we have future disasters within the county where we could have a place for folks to relocate while the disaster is occurring. It would also provide a community resource for other activities. The community could use it as a community center for plays, for education, for a number of other activities. And so we're very hopeful that we are able to be successful in applying for this center. We believe it would be a huge asset for our Calaveras County community.
Okay. Is there any public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Open for a motion on item number 7.
I'll make a motion.
Supervisor Hubbard,
Second.
a second by Supervisor Stopper, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Move on to item number 8. Al, you put item number 8, it's the Air Pollution Control District item.
Item number 8 is from the Air Pollution Control District, authorized, and this is for the Board of Supervisors to authorize the Air Pollution Control Officer to sign the grant agreement cover sheet for the Wood Smoke Reduction Program grant, request disbursement of funds, and implement the program. I don't think we have a problem with wood smoke. Actually, it smells good in wintertime to smell some oak wood once in a while. And now the valley is a different story, but it's not appropriate in Calaveras County, in my opinion.
I totally agree with Al on this one, that there's a lot of us that don't have anything else but wood heat. And if you tell me I can't heat my house, I'm going to be upset with that. And I think there's a whole lot of other people who live in the same conditions I do. And to put a restriction on the kind of smoke that I can put out my chimney, even though I have all the perfect little new kosher things to make sure I have reduction in the CO2 stuff, don't put any limitations on people to keep their homes warm. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You want me in?
You can talk
Yeah.
if you want.
I burn wood to stay warm during the winter. This grant programs to help people with their wood stoves to put in cleaner burning wood stoves you had your moment. We won't do it back and forth. But this program's to help people, give them money to upgrade their current wood stoves so that they can burn cleaner. It's not to stop burning of wood.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Michelle Turner. I'm the Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer, and I'm the person who put this forward. I just wanted to clarify for Supervisor Topanelli, members of the board, the public, that this is the intention of this is to reduce wood smoke pollution. It is obvious that many people here burn wood to heat their homes. In fact, I burn wood to heat my home. The state has generously provided funding for us to replace old, and when I mean old, non-EPA certified stoves that are 40 years old with newer, cleaner burning wood stoves or pellet stoves, depending on what the individual wants. We're not eliminating wood stoves. We are allowing people to have some funding to help them pay for a new, cleaner burning stove. The requirements of the program are that a person be a resident or full-time occupant of the home, that they go with a retailer that we have vetted in terms of making sure that they have insurance, appropriate insurance, and that they have the contractor's license. Building permits are required. The building permits are required to put in a stove regardless of whether you use this funding. And one of the things you have to do is, yes, you do have to give up your old device
and have it be destroyed so that it cannot be used by someone else. But you will have a new, cleaner burning stove. Are there any questions?
I think you covered it. And it's not mandatory or anything. And you have an option whether you want to use it or not.
Oh, of course, it's certainly a voluntary program. You apply for the program and you either receive funding or you do not, but no one is requiring that you apply.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
You know, when you get money from the government, be careful what you ask for and what is the next step. So we all know California is heading to no gasoline, no air and, electricity. All those things are coming about. This is just one chip at it. So be careful. Thank you.
I will say this is not a new program. This program has been in effect for a long time. It's been around for quite a while. So it's nothing new. Okay, any other public comments?
I retired recently just for the purpose of being able to function, watch what my leadership does and how they respond to things and do things. 20 years ago, I moved up here, and I moved up here for a lot of reasons of what we just heard in this room. One was wood stoves. I've always been a country boy at heart, always had a wood stove. I lived in the valley. Next thing you know, there was this restriction here, this restriction there. Now there's also nights you can't use a wood stove in the valley. Once you let the camel in your tent, you may have a problem getting him out. So think wisely. It looks really good and pretty and glossy, but look at the strings that come with it. Thank you.
Again, this program has been around for a long time. Any other public comments? It's hearing none in the room. Is there any online?
There is no online public comment.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. I'm open for a motion for item number 8.
Moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Pollendorf. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Move on to item number 15. This is an action item in district attorney. Al, you pulled this item?
House of Gallon Taxpayer Association. This item has some interesting wording in it. And if you had a home rule committee, you'd probably refer it to your home rule committee. This is an agreement. This is an action item with the district attorney to approve the DA annual certification report for the U.S. Department of Justice annual equitable sharing program for county fiscal year 2022-23, and authorize the district attorney's office to electronically submit the report on behalf of the district attorney and the chair of the Board of Supervisors. Perhaps we need some clarification as to what equitable sharing program is. Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Hatfield, DA's office. To answer your question, Al, the equitable sharing is actually when assets are seized from people like drug dealers, people like that. This one is with the federal government. So if it's, like DEA involvement or something like that, when those funds come in, the sharing is that the county can get a portion of those proceeds. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Otherwise, they would get it all. We didn't have an agreement.
Yeah, that's the alternative is the feds just take it all. Yeah.
Is there any public comments on this item? Seeing none in the room. Is there any online?
There are no online public comments.
All right, I will bring it back to the board.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Stopper,
Second.
second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Al, you pulled number 17 also. This is a agreement with Human Resources.
Yes, this is another request for clarification. The number 17, it's an agreement, Human Resources to approve and authorize the board chair to execute the renewal of the NeoGov recruiting, onboarding, and e-forms modules in the amount of $57,997. Perhaps we could have some clarification as to what this NeoGov is. Thank you.
Judy.
Good morning, Chair Tofinelli, members of the board, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. So NeoGov is a software company that specifically works with government agencies, and we use it for our recruiting platform. So when candidates can electronically apply for the open positions, onboarding, when we hire those candidates, this is a system that where they fill out all of their new hire paperwork and gives them access to different information. Each department can have a page specific to them to give information to their new hires. And eForms is a paperless system. Especially at the beginning of COVID, we were having a very hard time, employees being able to fill out documents. And so this is taking all of the HR documents paperless. And so this is a renewal of the contract that we have had in place. I believe it was 2018 when we originally started the recruiting, and we've added additional modules since then.
Thank you very much. Is there any, excuse me, is there any public comments? Is there any online?
There's no online public comment.
I'll bring it back to the board. I'm hoping for a motion on item number 17.
I'll move.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hubbard, second by Supervisor Fallendorf. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll move on to action item number 18. Stan.
Good morning, Chair, Board. Stan Moore, IT, and here with Kathy Galino as well. Okay, thank you. We have some handouts for the board and from
Yeah, we already have them. Thank you, Stan.
if anyone from the public would like to have a copy as well. So item 18 is talking about the project areas for broadband that will be submitted by Golden State Connect by September 29th for funding for broadband. And we are on track for Golden State Connect to be submitting those applications that are required by September 29th. We found out last week that one of the 12 project areas is being pulled from consideration by Golden State Connect. There was some challenges with proximity to middle mile in order to support that particular project area. We've had subsequent conversations with Golden State Connect, and there will be another go around for funding that will come sometime down the path after September 29th. There's a possibility that other project areas could be brought back for consideration at that time. But it is felt that the 11 project areas that are left are the right ones to go forward with at this time. On your maps, you will see the project area identified that is being pulled from consideration. That is project area 210, will not be in the September 29th. All of the others that had been previously identified will be brought forward at this time. So everything else with the agenda item stands as submitted. Kathy, anything to add?
Is there any board questions?
Kind of a quick question. So they won't replace that 12. We can't put any other
Not,
in place of it.
not at this time.
That's what they're calling phase two, correct?
Yes.
Any other board questions? Is there any public comments on this item? Seeing none in the room, is there any online?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, I will bring it back to the board.
Thank you for all the good work, Stan. We appreciate it, working with Golden State and Kathy Galino and everyone else from GIS and everything. It's a great first step. And we have many more steps to go, and there's a lot more money come down the pike for broadband in the future. So with that, I'll make a motion.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fallendorf, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, Stan.
Thank you.
Kathy. All right, we're gonna take about a 5-minute break before we go into our regular agenda.
Ready? Gary?
All right, we're back in session. We're moving on to action item from administrative office. This is authorizes board chair to sign a letter requesting the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, or ATCA, to transfer responsibility to the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, or CMCAA, for all programs and funding made available to specifically serve Calaveras County. Teresa.
Good morning, Chairman Toffenelli, members of the board. The item before you is a request to the ADCA, the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, to transfer responsibility specifically for the energy assistance programs. Many of those programs were put into place before we had a Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, and ADCA graciously agreed to provide those services to Calaveras County. But at this time, because we do have a CMCAA, we believe that those services would be more efficiently and better provided through our own community action agency, since they do have resources within the county, and it would make it easier for our citizens to access those programs. So I know that Corey Allen is here along with Stacy. They may have some additional information to provide on this issue, but it's really just a matter of making sure that Calaveras residents have the easiest and most efficient access to the energy programs that the state makes available.
Thank you, CAO Hitchcock, Corey Allen, Health and Human Services Agency. And as she's mentioned, we're joined by one board member from CMCAA and our Executive Director, Stacy Johnston. I want to thank you for considering this item at our last board meeting. And I just want to acknowledge that really the end goal is to serve the mission of community action. And that vision in Calaveras is that all residents have an opportunity to thrive in their community through the mission of improving lives by developing and supporting resources for our mountain community residents. We believe very strongly in that. CMCAA is embedded within the Health and Human Services Agency with intention. And our HHSA mission is to integrate and improve the lives of individuals through efficient services. And we believe that by having access to services for our residents by our community action is going to have the best outcome. I do also want to acknowledge that it feels like such a gift to have Ms. Shelley Hance here. She and I worked together years ago when she was the executive director over ATCA, and I served as a social services deputy director. And I know that she comes here not as a representative of ATCA, but I just have so much gratitude around the fact that she's here to give history and she may not be able to do that today, but I wanted to acknowledge how much I appreciate the gift of her presence here today.
Board questions? Provided following order. You're on CMCAA.
Yes. Thank you to staff for writing the letter and getting this in front of the Board of Supervisors. I think it kind of opened a lot of eyes and comment the last couple of weeks from other boards, county boards, as well as cities. And I think one of the most important things that, and I hope those other board members that are watching and listening to this meeting realize that this board is doing this because our community is not getting the services that they need. And we've been asking for multiple years for that partnership and the relationship, so we can build on that to better provide, and we're not getting that. And now with the action agency that has been created, they are the foundation that this county needs to make sure we're catering to our community in the way that it needs to be done. Just recently, another organization locally here in Calaveras County spoke, I know at least with 2 board members, about how do we get this broadcast out? How do we get these services out there? Because no one knows about them. And when you have another organization that is well known in this community asking the board to join up because we are not getting that service from ACTA. That just says a lot to me, and it just reinforces this letter to the ACTA board. And I think it would be wise for the other board members to maybe put on another set of lens and sit in our seat and listen to our constituents, and not if they're representing us and making the votes and the decision to control the money for this county. And the comments that are being made by other elected officials and other counties and cities is ignorant. And it is clear that they are not looking at a broader picture and what we at this board are trying to fight for. So thank you.
Supervisor Stopper, you're also on.
I was, Mr. Hubbard is now. To that point, a couple of years ago, we started asking questions because we weren't sure what exactly was being done. And I was part of the spearhead, reaching out to Corey Allen, working with Stacy Johnson, and moving forward. And I want to thank Miss Amanda Follendorf for, after I was gone, taking the reins and actually getting movement forward on this even stronger and more decisively than if we started out with, but we've gained more information since then. And just you know, I agree with everything she just says 100%, and it's just as simple as this to me. We need to be able to facilitate the best needs of the Calaveras residents and constituents in Calaveras, and that's what our first and foremost thought is here. And any comments made by anybody else, anywhere else, that go political, that's not our point. Our point are our residents and constituents across Calaveras County.
Supervisor Hubbard, you have a comment?
Just think that this doesn't have to be contentious. We're just asking for. We're asking for the facts and taking those facts and being able to help our people, as we're saying. So, yeah, I stand behind everything Amanda said.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item?
Good morning, all. Kathy Topol, most of you know me as an employee of Common Ground Senior Services. But I'm here today as a board member for the Community Action Agency. Long-term, we can't even find out. I'm as old as that MOU we're looking for ADCA, you know, because thank you for letting me talk on this, and thank you for your attitudes of let's keep this positive. Let's make this a plus. Ben will probably remember, I know Stacy will remember, I think it was 2021, December. Common Ground received a phone call about an elderly couple whose PG&E had just been turned off. I contacted our executive director for the Community Action Agency, which she asking if maybe we could get some funds through the project Comfort and Care. She referred me to ADCA, who I turned around and referred the couple to ADCA. 3 days go by and the couple's daughter calls and says, what can we do? We haven't heard back from ADCA. My parents have no electricity in the middle of December. Okay, it was holidays. Okay, I got it. So we ended up contacting public relations for PG&E. PG&E got in touch with the daughter. They got it all taken care of. It was a blessing in disguise because the daughter recognized that her parents finally needed more help than what she was doing. So consequently, it was a good thing. But for them to have to wait 3 days, this was an 85-year-old couple with no phone calls in an emergency. Now that to me is not something that is tolerable. As a board member, I would like it to be my hope that we can build a partnership with ADCA so that, you know, once we get all of this taken care of, that we can build more capacity for the people we serve, combining our efforts. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam CEO, Honorable Chair, respected board members and County Council. Stacy Johnston, Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. I would love to echo the comments that have already been made here today by Ms. Corey Allen, by my board member Kathy Topol, Miss Amanda, Ben, all of you. The ultimate goal of community action is to help people. It's about changing lives. And it's about collaboration and partnership. We are a tiny little agency. We could not do what we do without the partnerships that we have created throughout Calaveras County and beyond. So taking that approach is extremely important to myself, I know to the board, and I know to our Community Action Board, and it's what benefits our community while we're serving them. I also want to work on building collaborative partnerships, relationships with the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. I will not at all ever discount the work that they have done in the past and what they currently do now. We're just at a different state in our being in Calaveras County, where before we may not have had the capacity to administer certain programs. And I feel with the leadership that we have here represented, as well as the leadership of the Community Action Agency Board, as well as Health and Human Services, I can look around the room and see Calaveras County leadership in which CMCAA is intricately positioned with, if I could say that, if that's right. We respond in emergencies and disasters in real time. My phone is available. I mean, somebody has a need, we're there and we can respond. And so that is my hope as your executive director, is that that's how we can move forward and set the table for conversations, not only with ATCA, but with the state. That's what I believe is going to have to happen. But we want to be a part of those conversations. So I thank you for your consideration today. And I also want to echo, I feel like it's a gift to have Miss Shelley here. I have not had the honor of meeting you, but you carry this historical knowledge that we've been so eagerly wanting. And so I would welcome the conversation with Shelley to gain that insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Shelley, you want to? No? 3 minutes.
I'm not representing ACCA. I started in 1982. I retired in 2017. I care deeply about our region and our communities. And I just echo everything that people have said about collaborating and communication and working together. And I think that the boards of supervisors in these 4 counties have done that so well. And the community resources, community action agencies we do that together. And so I love that spirit and thank you for that.
Any other public comments? Hearing none in the room. Is there any online?
Yes, I believe we have one individual, Ed. He's been trying to raise his hand. Let me see if he's available. Ed, are you still there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I hope I'm not interrupting at an inappropriate time. I'm trying to ask a question that's not on this topic. It's about something about the Water District Board.
Ed, I'm sorry, the public period, our public comment period is past. We're on a particular item right now.
That's what I thought. I'm sorry. Is there?
That's okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. That was the only online. Yes. Okay, I will bring it back to the board. And I will say that I agree with most everything that was said. I think this board that we have now and it has grown over time, and just CMCAA from the time way back when I was on it. It's just taken over. It has really moved forward. And I think Stacy, you are part of that, pulling that forward and putting us in the position that we can do this now. And the strong board members that we have on there, both from the board here and from the public. it has grown bounds, leaps and bounds, it really has. So I appreciate everything that's been done here over the course of the last few years. With that, I'm open for a motion.
Move.
Motion by Supervisor Fallendorf,
Second.
second by Supervisor Hubbard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We move on to item number 29. This is an informational item from an administrative office. This is receiving an update from staff on the status of Highway 49 parking in San Andreas. Robert Packinger. You're the man.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. A few weeks ago, there was a lively discussion regarding, well, actually, there were various issues involved. This is a multi-layered problem. And nested within that multi-layer issue was the request for us to look at the parking situation in State Route 49. So subsequent to the request, we looked at the team gathered up, the team consisting, of course, of the county with Public Works, the Council of Governments, and Caltrans. And as a result of that little discussion, we've had Caltrans to start their investigation to look at the situation. Of course, everyone, I'm making an assumption, but State Route 49 is under the jurisdiction of Caltrans. So Caltrans is proceeding with looking at the parking situation on their road according to our own code in the ordinances. From the 1980s, there are certain areas that are restricted to our parking has been designated. However, the signage along that road is perhaps not clear. Some of those are faded and so forth and so on. So Caltrans would have to see that as part of the investigation. Another thing that is occurring on that roadway is that Caltrans is working on a shop project. So they will be working the parking on that road as part of their overall project. Unfortunately, that project doesn't start until next year. During that project time, of course, parking along the roadway will be affected because there's going to be construction going on. And once the project is done, parking patterns within that whole section of San Andreas and on St. Charles will be different. They have plans to make that very different. So, but of course, that happens in some time in the future with the project only starting next year. So at this point, we are requesting for some direction for the board. We have some options. We could wait for Caltrans to complete their investigation. They're looking at our requests and looking at the 2-hour parking designated areas and so forth. We can wait for the shop project to be completed, which is a few years out at least. Or we can, I can receive direction from you and to go ahead and proceed with trying to get no parking areas designated as quickly as we can. Of course, we're going to have to go through a process. All of this, because it's Caltrans, we'd have to work with traffic orders and submit the request through encroachment permits and probably the traffic office in Caltrans. So that's the, I would say, almost the little nested item within the much larger item. Thank you.
Council, you have.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Mr. Packinger is saying, you know, if this were a county road that we were talking about, the board would have greater flexibility and speed with which it could act. Because this is a state highway, we can't, even if the board wanted to, just decide we're making this all no parking or we're making this all 2-hour parking. That said, there is a procedure, there's a process that's laid out in the vehicle code. A local city or county governing body can designate or restrict or limit or forbid parking on a state highway by ordinance or resolution, but that can only happen after receiving the written approval of the state of the Department of Transportation. So if it's the board's direction, I can absolutely work with Mr. Packinger in putting together, if we have direction as to where if the board's interested in limiting or banning parking on some or all of the highway throughout unincorporated San Andreas, we can work on that and get that submitted to Caltrans for their approval. Once they've done that, then the board could adopt said resolution or ordinance.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Robert, we did this for up on Highway 49, Highway 4. Up, I think it was Candy Rock, or where the parking was.
Paris Ferry.
Paris Ferry.
That was County Road. That
Yes,
wasn't on
Paris
highway.
Ferry, right by the natural bridges.
Okay, I was under the impression that was on the state highway.
We did that a couple years ago.
Yeah, and I don't remember it being half this hassle.
Yeah, state highway.
Just to clarify that a little bit, because Robert and I drove the length and we're looking at the 2-hour parking signs and they are faded, but we do have Caltrans approved ordinances from way back in the 80s or whatever it was. And there are designated areas on there, but they're not really clear because there's only one sign that says 2-hour parking, but there's not another sign to mean it's in between these signs. But since we have those ordinances, it's very clear and Caltrans has approved those because those signs are there. We can do something about clarifying that with new signs in that area without having to go to Caltrans because it's already been approved. What we're talking about is doing something additional to that. And part of it, and we've already had conversations with Caltrans, and Caltrans says, yes, we can paint curbs red. But we have to go through them to tell them the designated areas that we want to put no parking areas in they would be just until their shop project goes through and gets done. And again, they're supposed to start in March or April of next year as a 2-year project to take the curb out and redo all of the landscaping and things that are on and put sidewalks in all the way down and redo the bus stops and the whole thing. But at least we have some time in from now until March or April when they start, maybe even past that till they get to some of the areas that we can request 2-hour parking or make it no parking at all in specific areas that we're having issues with. But that part has to go through Caltrans. And I think they're ready to listen to us. I think we're in a position with them because they're Melissa from COG has been involved with them, that it wouldn't take that long in order for them to look at it and agree to it. So I would like to move forward. This is an informational item, but I'd like to at least give staff direction on what we would like to do in order to rectify some of the issues that we're experiencing right now, and at least give law enforcement some help in enforcing some of it. And I think beginning right away with this 2-hour parking signs and making sure that it's specifically in the ordinance from what foot part of the highway and how many feet down to the end of it, but it's not clear on the 2-hour parking because there's just one. And it doesn't say anything about in between where, so.
Yes, if it's a function of replacing existing signage for existing restrictions, that is something that can be done. It's if there's additional restrictions that we need to go through the state.
So what I would like to do is Jack and I, since part of it's Jack's district, Jack and I and Robert drive it and determine what we would think we would like to see done, whether 2-hour parking signs be put up in certain areas or even red curbs for no parking, and then bring it back to the board, hopefully by the 26th. For the board to approve moving forward for Caltrans, or if we don't even need to bring it to the board, this is up to council, Jack and I, and just give him direction to go to Caltrans, and then it can come back to us for our approval anyway. Is that?
If the rest of the board is comfortable with it, you two supervisors could certainly work with Mr. Packinger, with me. We could do a draft a proposed resolution basically that delineates those areas. And that could be submitted to Caltrans. Once it gets their stamp of approval, presuming it does, then we will bring it back and agendize it for the board to actually adopt said resolution.
That's what I would like to see done. So I don't know.
I agree with you, Supervisor Toffenelli. I don't have big plans for lunch today. We want to take a drive. But whatever it takes to get this done. And I want to give a shout out to environmental health for helping us on some of these issues that we faced. I mean, you don't have to drive very far out of this county to figure out how quickly 1 becomes 5 becomes 15. So getting on it, just jumping on it, keeps our community healthy and safer.
And I also like to thank Lisa and also Doug and code compliance, Sabrina, and the SO and the CHP all put together to get where we are today. And you don't see the RVs parked out there. It's a whole group of people joining together to get what we needed to get done. And now we need to back them up with what we're doing, proposing here, so we can get the situation under control. And then once we get the shop project, I think that the shop project, when it is finally completed, will address a lot of the issues that we have right now. So with that, yes, Supervisor Stopper.
I could support that. Definitely, most definitely. I have full faith in both of you. Just one thing when it comes to no parking, red curbs, that, we have events at the high school. I mean, things that you're both very well aware of, and big events downtown, and parking can become an issue for that and businesses. So we need cognizance of that. I really like the 2-hour parking rule. That's something that we can enforce. And right now, as you described, Gary, the not having both signs on both sides is something that's hard for us to enforce because they can't physically see what that area is for the 2-hour parking. One thing I just want to be cognizant of moving forward is, we're solving the situation in a single area. And we have the possibility of musical RVs right now. So, just pushing them from one town to another in Calaveras County isn't necessarily the best deal at all. We need to solve the issue across the county. So as we move forward, any thoughts on how to do that? I will pay someone.
Is it possible to do a sort of a no loitering ordinance?
Yeah, I think the state and the courts have kind of.
It is, in theory, it's the devil's in the details, of course, as
Right.
to how that's drafted and what constitutes loitering and how it's enforced.
And to the Supervisor Stopper's comments, I am working on that. And I think staff knows that I've brought up some proposals on resolving that issue. And designating a spot for them to go. What you need, according to the state, is you can't just tell them to move without telling them that you have a spot designated for them to go to. And then you can either remove them or tell them to move along or whatever. But before you can actually do that, you have to tell them this is where you designated area by the county.
Right.
So, and I'm working on that actively with staff.
That's a great idea, and I'll be careful not to say any areas like district names for that spot, but it's
Well, the area I have, I'm not going to talk about, but it's
somewhere in the bubble.
it's a designated area I think would work very well. So with that, is there any public comments on this item?
Hello, board.
Good morning,
Hi.
Kate.
Kate Allen, President of the San Andreas Merchants Association. I want to thank you guys for agendizing this item, for being swift and responsive to all of the requests that we had at the board meeting on August 22nd. Really appreciate the support. Right now, we don't have anybody overnight camping in their vehicles on Highway 49 St. Charles through San Andreas. And the last week of that has been an incredibly noticeable difference through the quality of life in San Andreas. So I want to thank all involved in helping us deal with this issue. It's a long-standing issue, so we're trying to get ahead of it. I just wanted to reinforce what the San Andreas Merchants Association really is looking for is 2-hour parking, and that would be a complaint-based ordinance. So similar to code compliance or, some planning department issues, is that it wouldn't be something we would have to have meter maids for, or that the CHP or the Sheriff's Department would have to enforce all the time. Nobody's chalking tires. But if there's an issue, that it would be a complaint that there's a vehicle violating that 2-hour parking code. At that point, it would allow our local law enforcement to deal with enforcement. And that was the idea about trying to make this as uncomplicated and simple as possible, and not have a whole lot of, permits, stickers that business owners or residents would have to have, but that it would restrict overnight camping as kind of a complaint-based ordinance is the thought. And it would have to extend from the existing limited 2-hour parking that we have to the entire length of Highway 49 St. Charles through San Andreas in order to really alleviate the problem going forward. And 100%, we would like this done immediately. We cannot wait for the shop project. We will have many issues before that starts construction. So we are 100% behind the board working with Public Works to get this done with the Caltrans approval as soon as absolutely possible. And we appreciate you really prioritizing the issue. Thank you so much.
Good morning, board. Chair Toffanelli. Supervisor Stopper pretty much stole my thunder on the no parking. As a business owner in San Andreas, one of the issues we have is available parking. To echo San Andreas Merchants and Miss Allen, it definitely would be advantageous to have 2-hour and more of a complaint driven. I fully understand, in front of my business, we've got a red zone. Chief Young and his crew need to be able to get their fire trucks in there. Totally understand that. Definitely not advocating for no red curbs, but I think it'd be more advantageous to have a time limit on things. Hearing kind of the options from Mr. Packinger and myself personally having the extreme pleasure of dealing with the state on different licensure issues, I can understand and empathize with the long drawn out process that, is usually involved with dealing with them. So if they've got, upcoming projects going on, we know that they're going to be addressing, road issues, sidewalk issues in the future. I really think the board's making the right decision by getting out ahead of this. And yeah, it's not going to happen overnight. Nothing happens quickly in this state, unfortunately. If we can work alongside them, work with them on their timeline, it would hopefully resolve itself in the somewhat near future. But anyway, I appreciate the board's support on this. It's definitely going to be a positive for the town, and certainly think, we might need to consider that, yeah, if we're flushing them out of one area, whoever they may be, where do they pop up next? And an overarching look at this as a countywide issue and not just a San Andreas specific one, I think would be wise for the long term. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Brock.
Good morning, board. Matt Brock, San Andreas. Just want to say thank you so much for acting on this, and just being able to see our students from elementary school through high school walk through town without walking by an RV that was potentially and was leaking some raw sewage on the road, and then allegedly maybe some folks around there that may or may not have been involved in drug trafficking. Being able to watch our students walk by, that meant so much to me. And watching our cross-country athletes being able to run through town as they're supposed to be, running through town, training and getting ready to compete, to me meant so much. And I just thank you so much for that, for the energy and the effort on it. The one other thing I will talk about is the red zones. I think if we could limit those to the line of sight issues, where the RVs were parking and people were trying to pull out onto the highway and being in accidents and almost being in accidents. The red zones would be important in that area, and then where fire apparatus need to park for emergencies. But other than that, the 2-hour parking, I think, would be the best approach from my amateur opinion. That's all I have to say. Once again, thank you. It's truly appreciated from not just us, but all the folks who visit, live, and do business in San Andreas. It means a lot. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none in the room, is there any online?
There's no online public comment.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. We had a discussion on direction when Supervisor Garamendi and myself getting with Robert and driving St. Charles, coming up with something to submit to Caltrans, and then it would come back to the board formally. We all agree to that? Okay, that's staff direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to the next item, which is a resolution from planning to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution 2023-004, approving a general plan amendment for the resource production RP to working lands WL for William Spence or Bill. Gabriel Madeline. You need a couple minutes to set up. Can we take it? Madeline, you got it?
She's got everything here for me. Yes.
I'm scared to watch.
You cared a while. Okay. She needs help. She can call on you, right? I think she does too.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Madeline Flandreau, Planner 3. I just wanted to let you know before I begin, I did slightly amend the PowerPoint presentation. There's no new information. I just sort of rearranged the slides for a better flow. So it's a little bit different than what you have in your pack. So this is project number 2023-004, General Plan Amendment for William Spence. The proposal is to amend the general plan amendment from of the land use designation, excuse me, of APN 058-001-005 from resource production to working lands for consistency with an adjacent parcel to complete a lot line adjustment. The subject parcel highlighted here in green is located at 1523 Highway 49 in Angels Camp, approximately 1.7 miles northwest of the intersection of Highway 49 and State Route 4. The subject parcel is approximately 24.3 acres in size and is currently developed with Spence Ranch Feed and Supply, which you can see here goes across the eastern boundary line into the adjacent parcel under the same ownership. And there's also a single family residence just to the north of the store. Development on the subject parcel began in the late 70s with the construction of the feed store, and in 1979, a conditional use permit was approved by the Planning Commission to expand the store. At that time, the subject parcel was zoned unclassified. The parcel was rezoned in 1986 from unclassified to A1-ME, which is general agriculture with the mining extraction combining zone, and with a 300-foot by 500-foot portion containing the commercial structure as a rural commercial, which I've tried my best to depict here for you. This created split zoning on the subject parcel. And with the adoption of the general plan in 2019, the subject parcel was designated as resource production. And although the RC zone is not consistent with this designation, it remained in place. The resource production designation identifies those lands for agricultural operations, timber production, and/or mineral resource production. It's intended for parcels that are 40 to 160 acres in size. Compatible zones within the resource production designation include general forest, timber production, general agriculture, agriculture preserve, rural home industry, recreation, and public service. The proposed land use designation, working lands, which identifies lands suitable for agricultural and forestry practices on parcels smaller than those designated RP to reflect existing development patterns and to recognize their location in or adjacent to existing communities. It's intended for parcels that are 20 to 40 acres in size. Typical uses include small-scale agriculture, forestry, timber production and harvesting, mineral extraction, and other small compatible uses. So as I stated previously, the parcel is zoned A1-ME with the portion containing the structure as RC. The A1 zone is consistent with both the resource production and the working lands designations. However, as I stated previously, the RC zone is not consistent with either designation. Granting the general plan amendment and the subsequent lot line adjustment will remove the split zoning from the subject parcel. So this is the lot line adjustment application. This is the survey that was conducted last year and currently shows if you can see the line on the eastern end that says lot line to be adjusted. That is what is bisecting the store currently. And the proposal, if this land use designation is amended, the landowner can adjust the boundary between the two parcels in order to have the entire structure of Spence Ranch feed and supply on the adjacent parcel, which is APN 058-001-024, with the residence being the only remaining use on the subject parcel. This area along the highway has a mix of uses, including the suburban propane tanks, which is the small little rectangle just immediately adjacent to the east of the store, the Humane Society, which is further to the southeast, and larger parcels, which are developed with single-family residences, some of which are owned by Mr. Spence. So this application was routed for 30 days, but there were no comments or concerns that were received from county departments, public agencies, or the public. This activity is covered by the common sense exemption that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. Amending the land use designation of the subject parcel from resource production to working lands will not result in more intensive permitted uses being allowed to occur, but will instead facilitate the removal of the commercial use and the commercial zoning on the parcel through the lot line adjustment. The proposed land use designation is less intensive than the current land use designation. And the potential for residential development won't change as a single family residence and one accessory dwelling are already permitted in the E1 zone, and there's already a residence on the parcel. On August 10th, 2023, this item went before the Planning Commission. There were no public comments from the public, and the commission voted in favor of the project with only one being absent, recommending that the board approve the general plan amendment. So the proposed amendment is not controversial. It's in the public interest to remove land use conflicts where they exist. This request serves the interest of the landowners in that it eliminates the problem of having a lot line bisect a building on their property. There's no development being proposed with this application, and there's no change of use being proposed that would affect surrounding properties. The potential effects of the proposed general plan amendment have been evaluated and determined not to be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. The proposed designation of working lands is appropriate given the design, location, shape, size, and other characteristics to ensure that any future development will not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the property, surrounding properties, and the community at large. The general welfare and goals and purposes of the zoning code are served by assigning a more appropriate land use designation given the size of the parcel, and by allowing for a concurrent lot line adjustment, which will remove inconsistent zoning from the subject parcel. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant's agent, Mr. Richard Smith, is here if you have any questions for him.
Are there any more questions or comments?
Yeah, we're just here.
Questions? Is there any public comments or questions on this item?
I apologize, Chair Toffenali, if I missed it, but did we open the public hearing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I am opening the public hearing at this time. Are there any public comments? Oh, excuse me, before we go to public comments, the applicant is here. Does the applicant wish to say anything? No? Okay, then I'll open it for public comments. Any public comments? Seeing none, are there any online?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, then I will close public comments and I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Is there any comments from the board or discussion? If not, I'm open for a motion.
I'll move.
Motion by Supervisor Follendorf,
Second.
second by Supervisor Stopper, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 31. This is an informational item. This is a cannabis program update. Doug, you're the guy.
Sorry for the delay. I gotta be ready. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. Today we're going to be talking about the. Is that better?
We can hear
You
you.
did that on purpose so I can lean in, right? I do it every time. So what I'm bringing to you today is just a brief overview of some of the components of the cannabis program, and then to bring you a list of directions that we were seeking. I guess before I get into it, I just want to say that as your building official, there's a lot of things that I can do under the authority of the building official that you have asked me to use discretion on and to go about a certain way of performing that job. And I can easily do that without a lot of communication to you because of the way the rules are structured. There are a lot of things that I can do for you in this program as well, but I don't feel comfortable just making changes without informing you because cannabis cultivation is messy. I'm just going to say it. It has a messy past. It's messy because of its messy past. For many reasons, and we all know, the history getting to this point, so I don't want to belabor that, but I do want to say that we have challenges that there are ideas, and I can make most of these you'll find are just changes I can make, but there are some things architecturally in the nature of the permit that even now I'm learning and understanding, and County Council Julie Moss-Lewis has been a great help helping us understand this, not just me, but my staff, the public, the cultivators. And as we're learning all of this, it continues to be messy because the state continues to change the rules. And rightly so, it is a new industry and things are going to change. Okay, that's why the building code updates every 3 years. There are changes. There will be changes in this industry. So part of this is adapting to those changes with the state. Part of it is identifying challenges that we have heard from the industry, challenges that we've heard from the public, and my great desire to make this as unmessy as possible for everyone. And I would like to thank the members of the industry and members of the public who I've met with and discussed a lot of these topics before bringing them to you. So to get into it, underlying principles, I bring this to you every time we meet. Nothing really has changed here other than, recognizing that we want to mimic other ministerial processes as much as possible. The basic premise of our department has been, since I was appointed, to look for efficiencies, eliminate inefficiencies, make things as easy to implement for the county as it is to implement for people who want to participate in the program. basically give a level of transparency and a level of trust in this government program. Rewarding good actors, reducing the number of bad actors. But I want to draw your attention to something that's kind of is very specific to this industry, and that is the ordinance code 1795010E, which simply states facilitate a robust and well-regulated cannabis industry. So I have to be careful in implementing your will here because it is specifically stated. And whenever I think, is this well-regulated, under-regulated, or over-regulated, I really want to get your input. So just the overall status of the department currently, our staffing breakdowns really haven't changed yet because we haven't implemented a lot of the things that we know we can do. Hopefully we can implement it soon with your direction. So workload will be redistributed with changes to make it such that our permit technicians can process these over the, a lot of the paperwork over the counter instead of having to put it through a process that walks to the back and has a administrator process it. So that should speed things up with a couple changes to our documents we'll get into later. At the time we posted this presentation, there were 84 active permits. There's currently 92. Pending applications are still floating around 84. Actually more like high 70s. And then CBCBs we had about, we're pushing just over 600 right now. So we've had more people come in as we done our annual inspections and encourage people to come in. So the remediation status, and this is prompted by the grand jury report. I wanted to present this information to you and kind of explain how the ordinance was laid out and how we conducted business. This is the remediations related to any of the permits that were applied for during the urgency ordinance. There were 1,074 known sites. Remediations that we conducted, the inspections we conducted related directly to a permit application is 78. But there were voluntary remediations where customers called in and said, hey, I cleaned up my site. Can you come look at it? And they did not apply for a permit. We had 82 of those. So we have a remaining series of sites that we have not inspected, and that's 914. Now, we haven't inspected because of the ordinances that are currently on the books. So I just kind of go through those very quickly. 1795130D requires all former cannabis sites to be remediated by February 9th, 2020. It doesn't require inspection. It's a statement to the public that if you had a license and it got revoked under the urgency, you have to remediate by this date. Okay, so that means that if there is anyone who did not remediate that and we discover that, that is a violation of ordinance code and we can act on that through our code compliance program. 1795130E specifies that that the site is not required to be returned to a pre-cultivation condition. If it's still usable for other things within that zoning, if they did some grading to put in, raised beds and they want to grow some other plant, they're not required to tear all that out. They do need to remove garbage, any fertilizers, anything that could be a grading violation or a stormwater pollution violation. Anything in the normal conducting of cannabis business has to be removed, but not necessarily irrigation systems or any final grading for a business that could be otherwise used on that property. And then the 17970G makes the issuance of cannabis permit contingent upon the remediation of the previous cannabis site. So if the understanding is you can only have a cannabis permit if you had one in good standing before, you have to show us that your previous site was cleaned up. And that was conducted effectively. In many cases, it was conducted as part of the initial site inspection because they wanted to reuse the same site they had before. So in the initial inspection, we do the remediation first, then we apply the new codes, and that's how we got those permits approved. So should we investigate the rest of these 914 sites? So there's some considerations here. And once again, this is messy because prior to this ordinance, prior to effective legalization at the state level, prior to the changes in the criminal aspects of this, there was bad actors that did really bad things with the environment. Okay, now these sites that we're talking about potentially remediating, going out and inspecting them, they were considered a permitted site. Okay, so they were legal to operate. There were rules in place. They knew that their product was going to be tested. They knew they were going to have inspections, and they knew that as long as there weren't enhancements, if they were illegal, it would be a misdemeanor, not a felony. So it was an incentive for them not to breach the enhancements and go to a felony. The sheriff's office made a good point a few board meetings back where he identified that there's far less outdoor cultivation illegal. And when they do find it, they take the plants, they write them a ticket and they leave. They write them a ticket because they didn't find anything to make it an enhancement and make it a felony. It's a misdemeanor. So the hazards that could have been on those sites were negligible. In addition to that, in all of the remediation inspections we performed, code compliance or building inspectors never encountered anything that would trigger them to stop the inspection, call for a hazmat team, stop the inspection, call for environmental health. We did not find any evidence to suggest there were environmental damages that needed to be investigated further. So no probable cause to take things beyond just seeing the site and making sure there wasn't any obvious disturbances. Because of this, my professional opinion is we do not remediate, do our own inspections on these. We keep it the way we have. If we get a complaint, one is discovered, then we go out and investigate. But otherwise, I don't feel it's a good use of our resources currently to send a code compliance officer and hunt down every one of these sites. And now your board may ask me to, which is well within the scope. I can direct staff appropriately. It would take probably, I want to say 3 to 4 months of a code compliance officer just doing this work. We could redirect them, we could get it done. But I just don't recommend using staff in that manner when we have other violations that we could be pursuing. Okay. So we have some program management challenges. Before I get into this any further, I think what I should do is the presentation has a list of asks at the end to get direction. If your board wishes, we could go through each of these items and at the end of each item, ask for your direction. What works better for you?
I think just going forward with what you got here.
Okay, we'll just drive through and we'll hit it at the end. Okay, want to make sure because I don't want to wear you out before the budget meeting. Although if I do, Marcos owes me $5.
That's it, $5.
It's a friendly wager.
It's not even lunch.
Yeah. Anyway, so we'll get back into it. So currently there's 2 tracks for corrective action there. And so we have a limited amount of information, or not information, but direction in 1795 as to how to manage the activity on a cannabis permit. It's active or we revoke it for non-compliance. And there's a list of non-compliant items. Okay, so if we were to only administer this permit through that window, what that looks like is DCC does their annual inspections. We write you a list of things you have to fix should we find anything. And then normally we say, okay, come back to us when you got it fixed. Well, there's nothing fixed on how long we give them, if any. And typically with building inspectors, we write a list and you really want to get those signed off so we don't have to worry about it. You'll call us within a couple of days. Should you not call us or not fix it, then we would go through a series of friendly reminders until the point where we say, okay, if you don't fix these items and get it inspected, we will revoke your permit. If we revoke your permit, it prompts an appeal wherein during the appeal, we have found that people will clean up everything at the last minute before we walk up to the appeal, the hearing officer. And then, you know, if the board wishes a robust cannabis industry, we typically will either suspend the appeal and say, okay, you're in compliance, or enter into some agreement and not get into the before the hearing board. This isn't an effective way to do business. The code compliance process using 806, if there's a violation at any time, a code compliance officer will interact with the individual, inform them as to what the conditions are. When you write down something, it's usually a timeline, 15 days, 30 days, give us a call, we'll come back out, send us pictures, whatever the case may be. It rarely goes to a citation, which means that no one has to pay a fee for that. But there's an expectation they want to clear the violation, and we go back out and we look at it. Now, currently, code compliance and DCC, they don't talk to each other. And that was understood, that we did not want any negativity. And I know that there was some history regarding the activities of code compliance as they interfaced with the cannabis industry. There was some misunderstandings there, you know, arguably there's a little bad blood there. Well, we've retooled that shop. And the way our current ordinance is written, there has to be a way to document this effectively. Okay, if there's no communication between those two tracks, what ends up doing is we're duplicating work to the same end result. And really, until there's a code compliance case, there's no clear expectations. We've had some situations where we've written a notice, hey, you've got some stuff here without permits. It waits 4 months, their annual permit is due. Hey, you haven't even gotten permits for this item yet. It takes 3 months, or, you know, let's say it takes 5 weeks to get a factory building put on your property. Well, you had 4 months to do that. Now we're 2 months past your continuation and you need 5 more weeks. You're already out of compliance with your permit. You're going to stay out of compliance. What do we do? The ordinance would say revoke your permit. So we have these issues coming up that revoking a permit simply because they delayed in turning in paperwork, that's one thing. Not having clear expectations for the individual on when they are to correct unpermitted items or safety items, that's another. And I'd prefer to be on the side of being more informative and more direct when it comes to correcting violations. Once again, this is for bad actors, though. We have a lot of permit holders out there that we never encounter this issue, but it does create confusion when it does happen. Some of the concerns that we have is that the staff expertise is spread across several divisions rather than one expert. And that's because there's so much that we have to look at. Fire inspectors are really, really good at fire inspections. Building inspectors really, really good at building inspections, and so on and so forth. The problem is sometimes you have conflicting code items between fire code, between building code, before, you know, cannabis ordinance questions. A good question is, you know, 4290 driveway requirements. Okay. This can cause confusion. Okay. So we have different specialties that come into conflict on occasion. What I want to look at here is the option of simplifying the enforcement and the permit revocation procedures. Permit revocation really shouldn't be something that we entertain very often unless it's an egregious case. We shouldn't be policing this type of permit the way we're currently doing it. And I don't want to detour from that for a second and say the biggest problem that I have right now in reconciling this permit type is it is a unicorn. It's not a planning permit and it's not a building permit. It's a ministerial permit. Yes. It is in Title 17. Yes, but it's an entitlement that runs with the land. And we'll get into that in a little bit. So we're having a hard time making it as simplified as possible. And once we get a couple slides in, you'll see where there might be a stroke of genius here that we could tee off of. or I just had a stroke. We'll find out in just a minute. But the hardest part about this is regulating these violations effectively. And it would appear that if we separated things out effectively, any new permit, any alteration to a permit, any building permits, anything that's new on a site, the building inspector or another code like the fire inspector, the actual code designees, those guys are the ones that would do those inspections. It makes more sense because they are the experts for what is happening right there. Annual inspections, I'm just throwing this out as an option. Annual inspections or complaint inspections, it might be better to have the code compliance guys do that work because they are experts on ferreting out all of the code sections across all agencies. They're not experts in any one, but they know the code sections and they know how to work with an individual on time. And their approach is no different than the building inspectors when it comes to whoopses. Okay, and that's something that I know wasn't around 4 years ago. Okay, but our code compliance team we start with education. We start with a little compassion. Hey, that sign fell down. Can you put it back up? Hey, can you put that fire extinguisher back over there? Can you get this done before I leave? Okay, great. Doesn't get documented. Here's a list of items that we know you can't fix right now. Can you get this done in 15 days? Sure, I'll give you a call. Okay, great. We're going to send you a notice of violation. Okay. Now, notice of violations aren't new either because Public Works and Environmental Health both write notice of violations. Okay. They already do this. This is not a criminal action. It's simply a correction letter with a deadline that is founded in ordinance that we can use. That also means that if they don't come in on the time frame, they don't ask, they don't negotiate for time, they don't fix the problem, that does become a citation. Okay, and then they have the option to appeal that citation. So there's appeal 1. Okay, if they say, no, I made the mistake, if the citation is confirmed, then they're not eligible for a permit anymore. So there's your incentive to comply, because then we can deny or revoke based on a process that DCC staff should not have to watch. So similar to a building permit where somebody doesn't get a building permit, the permit technicians are not monitoring a site all day long to make sure that they're getting permits. Someone gets a complaint, code compliance goes out, come in and get a permit. Then they go to the permit tech, everything gets sorted out. We want to do something similar to that. Okay. And we kind of already talked about the differences here. We want to break it down. And we talked about that as well. I jumped the gun. So that I know that's going to be a little contentious, and that there may be an option. The option could be that we do follow the code compliance process, but we have the building inspector do that. But that would require that they be trained on how to fill out those notice of violations, which can be done. So it doesn't have to be a code compliance officer, but I do recommend that we have one way to do this that puts the workload in the appropriate staffing so that we can be efficient. Okay, so unlawful behavior. This is related directly to those folks that are causing trouble on active grows, not necessarily the cultivators themselves. So by and large, the good actors are policing their own problems. If there's, someone causing trouble, someone steals from them, they're calling the sheriff, they're dealing with the situation. Altercations occasionally happen on cultivation sites, just like any other business. That's one thing I want to point to is that this is a business operation. I mean, who hasn't had to call the sheriff at a bar when there's a fight? Yeah, might be a bad analogy, but altercations happen at Walmart. I mean, if you haven't seen any of those memes, They're classic, right? So just to say that, you know, every business does have occasional altercations. What we have is, you know, with these sites is often you have speeding on one lane roads, such like that, trespassing. There have been threats on occasion. There have been assault issues, minor, they don't happen all the time, but they do happen. There's been a couple of things that have been troublesome for the public, and that is there are known, what I call, I'll call them raids. They wait till night, they know where the cannabis site is, they break in, guns drawn, steal a bunch of stuff and run. Okay, and it has happened at least, well, I only knew of two. I found out two more just from anecdotal evidence from people who had their sites broken into. It's not an epidemic. The idea initially was that, well, okay, these high traffic sites, the ones you can see from a state highway, they're probably your best target. Well, maybe not. Permits are public record. Someone really wants to cause trouble, they can find out where a cannabis site is. But there could be some deterrence that we could do to make it visually unappealing for someone to try anything on an active site. And then we also have the unlawful behavior on unpermitted sites. The cultivation has changed in scope, and the sheriff did, like, going back to what the sheriff said. It's more indoor than outdoor, but there are repeat offenders on outdoor. It's a misdemeanor. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get a parking ticket every year. I'm gonna keep trying. One day I'll get to harvest. We want to curb that. We want to make that unappealing. Okay, it's the price of doing business, is running the risk that you're going to get a ticket and have to pay a fine. So we want to think about ways to curb that. So some of the deterrents that we would like to recommend, these would mean changes to the ordinance code. Well, I'll just state right now, reducing negative public interactions may not be attainable because it's not really attainable on any other business. We can reduce it. We can explore ways to reduce the occurrences of negative behavior on sites. But I don't know how effective we can be on that. We wanted to explore the possibility of expanding the definition of nuisance, or enforcement or revocation where negligent management results in repeated need for law enforcement. Now, I'm not certain we can quantify that effectively, and council working with Ms. Moss Lewis, there may be some hardships, let's say, in negotiating your basic rights under the Bill of Rights, because you can't just set up something and say, if you have 15 citations or you have 15 stops by the sheriff's office, we're going to pull your license, because if someone didn't like your license, they would call 15 times. So we have to be careful how we approach this, but we want to look at ways to say, okay, this is a nuisance site. How do we classify this as a nuisance and say this has to change, or we'll revoke your permit? We also want to explore additional requirements for outdoor cultivation. Namely, if the plants cannot be viewed from the roadway, if you're growing 6 non-commercially for yourself, and you can't have it within view of a historic state highway or a scenic highway, which those are in the code, why haven't we made it in some way obscured from view on any other major thoroughfare? And how would we want to restrict that? A state highway is probably not a good idea to broadcast that you're growing a lot of cannabis, 30 seconds away from a highway. What can we do to increase fencing or increase security so that it's obscured and it's a deterrent? If I was thinking like a bad guy and I knew I could sit at this gas station once a week and check the status of what's growing over there, and one day know I can crash that gate, grab what I can, and get to Stockton in 45 minutes. Well, that's an issue. So what can we do to put in additional security measures? Make it look like, ooh, if I get to that gate, I got 2 stops. I got to get into that building. I got to get back out before a sheriff gets here in 3 minutes. That's not a good bet. Hoping that we'll avoid that behavior. Increased security, screening the plants, and making it not viewable from the state highway would be something we really want to look at. But once again, your board may decide that that's not reasonable. And I would say that we already have sites that are permitted. Those sites more than likely would not be subject to this. It would be the new applicants because we already have active permits. If they haven't gotten to the permit issuance phase yet, they would be subject to anything new. But the guys that have already put the time in, I would say it's safe to say that anything that we put on the books would not apply to them because they've already complied with the regulations at the time their permit was issued. We also want to change the fine structure. And this is specifically for the unlicensed cannabis. And changing the fine structure doesn't necessarily mean putting anything new on the books. It means how we interpret the fines. So currently, all plants on a cultivation site is considered one violation. That's $100 fine. Other jurisdictions that I'm familiar with have sought direction from the board to interpret the fines as each individual plant is a separate violation. Now, when you do that, you can take it further and say, because it's a 3-stage fine structure, the first plant is the first violation, that's $100. And by statute, the second plant would be the second fine, $250. The third and every plant thereafter is $500 a plant. Now, what does that do? That means instead of a $100 fine, if I've got a 300 plant grow where the sheriff calls us out to see it before he cuts it down, that's there for 1 day. Right now, we would charge $100 and maybe $800 in processing for the case. Under this, if we only count each plant as $100 a violation, it's $30,000. But if you count staging up each plant as the next violation, you're looking at $295,000 as a fine for cultivating illegally. So great, we have a fine, but what do we do with it? If we do it, we have a program here, the statewide CAP program. It's a new program where the Attorney General's office enters into an MOU with the county. When we cite someone on a code compliance case, we hand the citation to this state attorney. They process the hearing, they process the court case, they process everything to the end, and they don't charge the county, they charge the violator for their attorney's fees. So what that does is we have a fine structure high enough so that the cost of doing business is gone. If you get caught cultivating illegally, chances are you're going to lose the property. That gets rid of the repeat violators. They don't want to lose that parcel. They'll stop. There's potential here to take them to court, get a judgment, and we can explore further to see how long it takes to actually lien the property and turn the property over for non-payment of taxes or non-payment of those fines. So aggressive, yes, not necessarily a maverick approach because other jurisdictions are doing it. An effective message to illegal cultivation that won't be tolerated here. Only legal permitted grows are going to be tolerated in this county. But it does take some steps. It would take modifying the ordinance code to specifically state that attorney's fees can be collected as part of a code compliance case. It does take making a couple of changes. Well, defining the fine structure is just a decision by the board. It doesn't require changing the ordinance. If we're going to change the actual fines in the system from 100, 250, 500, that would require a change in the ordinance. Okay. So here's something that has been hinted at that we want to take a look at as well. These the cannabis background clearance badges. At the time, we had 408 issued for employees, 145 issued for owners countywide. This was a couple of months ago. Cost to renew an existing badge is actually higher than the renewal fee. Renewal fee is $15. Once you count staff processing, issuing a new card, all that fun stuff, it's easily double, if not more than that. And we have a limited amount of funding in the cannabis allotment where it will dwindle down over time. Once we get people badged in, it's kind of, there's a, what's the term I'm looking for? Diminishing returns, let's say. Cultivators have employee shortages due to the stigma surrounding badge requirements. There's misunderstandings about what the badge means. Some people in the community feel that if they get a badge, they're being watched by the government and they can't have a firearm and they can't apply for certain jobs. And so they don't want to have that badge. Seasonal employee spikes makes badge requirements inefficient. Season comes around where you're harvesting, you're calling temporary help. They run out of help. They don't have enough people that have badges. They have to send people down to get badges. There's a waiting period. You just lost your harvest window. Okay. Predominantly good actors. We've only ever denied 3 licenses due to a background check. And it really doesn't prevent bad actors from being present on the cultivation site. I was going to say LLC loophole because I had misunderstood how an LLC worked, but ultimately there's a 10-year limitation on records. So if someone committed some felony that would have qualified 11 years ago, we wouldn't know. In addition to that, if they're not working on the site, they still can be on that site. So we have people out there that are friends of an employee or friends of the owner that show up who, I mean, just like any other business, you don't know the quality of the individuals being out there at any time if someone decides to have a friend or give a tour or anything like that. So it's really not an effective measurement of how safe the individuals are on the site. So we're recommending to get rid of the program. If the badge is just an indication of a background check and the state does background checks on the owners, and we understand that the owners are businessmen that don't want criminals on their site, they don't want thieves working for them, they don't want people starting fights in the neighborhood and drawing attention to their grow, this may not be an efficient model anymore. There may be other things we can do to just sort of oversee active players on these sites. What we can do is have a list of employees, list of owners that we maintain. When they bring on somebody new, they update them. And then we can also maintain that anybody who's going to hire a temp agency, they give us the information of their temp agency. This is all useful if there's an investigation with the sheriff's office or they're trying to identify who could have been out there at a given time. Just enhancing the ability to go catch the bad guy, not assume that they're the bad guy. And there is an option to explore that if there are incidents on the site because of bad actors, potentially have a fine structure set up. Let's incentivize the good behavior. If you are that type of site where you don't care about the quality of the individuals and they are causing nuisances, is there a fine structure we can set up for that, or is there a penalty structure? But going back to what I said before, that might be hard to set up. Okay, so moving on from the CBCBs. The permit model is incredibly tough. It's a ministerial permit, but it's not a building permit. It's an entitlement. The only way to remove it is to revoke it. They almost always appeal. And I would too. If someone was going to revoke a permit, I would appeal it. I would find a way to negotiate and try and make it work. Rightly so, because any other planning permit, if there's a problem, you can revoke it for non-compliance, right? They don't expire. A building permit will expire. There's no way to just, if you don't bring your paperwork and you walk away from the site, if you don't turn in your stuff, it doesn't automatically expire. It just sits there, which means you have to go through a whole continuation process to encourage people to bring paperwork in. There's no mechanism to reinstate revoked permits that have gone into compliance. You'd have to start over with a new a new permit application. You still have the entitlement, but you don't have a permit anymore. There's got to be an easier way to get back into this. And there's really no synergy with the state DCC licensing scheme. They've changed their cultivation sizes, their permit sizes, their definitions. A lot of things are moving around here, and it's conflicting with the permit model that we have. Also, there's some lack of clarity on the setbacks. We got clarity. We found the code section that I've been struggling to find for 2 months. So thank you, Julie, if you're out there, for pointing that out to me. We can dial that one back. Now there's two, and we also have 2 levels of background checks currently. We have the county and the state. The state is a higher background check level. They look at more than what we're looking at now. So we have duplication that we'd like to eliminate. So what we want to do is we want to allow suspension of permits. That, or expiration is a better term. Sunsetting them if they're abandoned. That may be difficult because they run with the land. It may be something that current applicants who've received a permit are not subject to this, but new applicants could. This would require a change to the ordinance. We want to develop a streamlined process for reinstatement of suspended, expired, or revoked permits, recognizing they already turned in a bunch of the paperwork. They got kicked because of a violation. If they fix the violation after they got revoked, how do we get them back into the system? We want to work on making something a little easier. Something here that's going to require an ordinance change that could be a little spicy, let's say. Allowing one permit to carry more than 1 acre if the parcel size allows it, rather than multiple 1 acre permits under one state permit. The state can have a large permit for larger than 1 acre. So they got 1 state permit and 3 to 5 local permits where they had to find a right to apply for every one of those acres. Now, I'm not saying in any way that we should allow more to be grown that's allowed in the zoning. And I'm not saying that we should allow cultivation in areas where it's not zoned to be done. Okay, I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is if the ordinance says it's 1 acre of cultivation per 20 acres, if they have 60 acres, shouldn't they be able to have 1 county permit commensurate with 1 state permit for cultivating everything within that zoning? So I'm just throwing that out as an option, because what that's doing is that is keeping them from having to one file 3 to 5 separate permits, pay $12,000 per permit, submit all identical paperwork for all of those permits, and then every year pay for continuations on all of those permits. In addition to that, because sometimes these have been picked up over time, they're not submitting all their paperwork for continuations at the same time. They're submitting continuations every 2 to 3 months whenever they got the other permit approved. And it's causing issues with trying to get all the paperwork in and accurate. So we're having some issues with that we'd like to consolidate and just say, look, 1 instrument is all we need within the zoning, within the size limits of the zoning. Okay. Okay, so now we also have the 2-step application. Now, this was not in ordinance code. We don't have to do it this way. What it was is a decision made when the program first started that said, essentially, we don't have the time to process all this. We don't have the staffing. If you all hit us with everything, it's going to take forever to get these permits out. So let's start with, give us the proof that you can grow, we will conditionally approve you, and then you can move on to the second portion of the application. So there's a list of vetting that had to be done, which initially seemed like it could be done quickly. Didn't turn out quite like that. Took longer than we thought, but we also didn't charge the fee. So we have currently 84 applications, or I think 78 at this point, applications that we did a bunch of work up front They're still sitting there. We haven't collected any fees on it. So what I'd like to do is take that two-step process and merge it down into one application process. Also, we can streamline. We've already tinkered with this. There's at least 6 different separate documents that have to be signed for indemnification, for consent from property owners. There's a bunch of paperwork that all has to be individually notified or notarized. We can shrink that down into one document. So if there's ever a mistake, like let's say an LLC changes, the president changes on the LLC, you got six different documents that are wrong now. Take them all back, get them all signed, get them all notarized, bring them back. Highly inefficient. We can shrink that down. How much of this can we look at and say it's the same as the states? We're going to recognize the state's approval as meeting this criteria and eliminate some of the paperwork. This is the heavier lift. We speed it up by recognizing how much we're doing that's exactly like the state and cull it out. And we want to do that. A lot of this does not require board action on an ordinance. Okay, and then, so we're going to be doing a lot of review. I wanted to try and get that done before we met today. But that was a heavy lift because state regulations are confusing. I'll just say this, trying to compare apples to watermelons, it's not even close. Okay, so industry changes or challenges. A lot's changed in the industry since we adopted this. And there are significant areas of the industry that are not allowed in this county. And as such, it causes logistical issues, increased cost, and a lot higher likelihood of gray or black market traffic if there's a bad actor out there. Business model options available under state license are not even contemplated under the county permit code or permit model. And there isn't a whole lot of flexibility. The market's suffering. There isn't a way to diversify in this county. Every other industry that I'm aware of has a way in the zoning to accommodate all portions of their industry. And if you keep things close, you keep things cheap. Keeping things cheap is an incentive to follow the rules. And we've had a significant change in fire codes and building codes related to some of the industry types that are out there. So what we'd like to do is form a committee and review options for the types of manufacturing that are out there. I'm not proposing an ordinance. What I'm proposing is we just convene the right people and we educate ourselves and the public on everything that has changed. For instance, I do put in here that there's several different manufacturing types. It's not just manufacturing. There's volatile manufacturing, there's non-volatile manufacturing, there's also consumables, which falls under manufacturing, but they're not producing the oils, they're merely using the oils in products that can be sold. Okay, so volatile was super scary 3 years ago, 4 years ago. People were blowing themselves up. Rightly so that it should not have been in this ordinance because nobody was ready for that. Currently, there are new codes out there. The building officials have politely dubbed it NFPA 420. It's essentially, I'm looking at you, I want to see if you got that. It's essentially fire regulations related directly to volatile extraction and how to safely conduct it.
There's non-volatile extraction now as opposed to.
Exactly. So there's different levels. I'm not saying we should do it. I'm saying that we should be educated and bring your board a report on what we've discovered, talking with the industry, talking to other counties that have implemented it, talking to other fire agencies in California, talking to the public at large and educating them on what can be done. I think it's incredibly important now that the industry has started maturing in fire and safety codes that we have this discussion. However, your board could decide this county's not ready for that yet, and we can set this whole thing aside. What the goal would be primarily to acquire knowledge and present it to your board. Okay, so I have sufficiently bored you to death on all of this stuff. So I want to go through the list and see what you think. So as it relates, well, do you have any questions about anything I've presented before I get into the hard questions?
I got a few, but I'm running a couple. I have a few, but I'm running a few past county council right now.
I could see the look on her face. This is going well.
I just complicated it.
That's okay. That's okay. This is complicated. Like I said, this is messy.
And that, no, it is. And from the very beginning, we understood this with the state and we, putting something together like you brought up robust, trying to provide an avenue for a strong and healthy, vigorous industry at the same time. Well-regulated, kind of conflicts in the statement in a way. But yeah, no, I'm gonna drop it there. Go ahead and move forward. We're good.
Okay, very good. So we'll get into the question. So direct penalty model for violations. So do we like the interpretation of each plant being a separate violation? Maybe not the 100, 250, 500, but maybe the 100 each. What are your thoughts on that?
This is strictly on
on
non-permitted illegal grows.
Strictly
That's-
illegal.
Yeah. And that was one of my questions going down the line with this process, because then you were like, where we incur like, let's say, $100 per plant, even 300 plants on there, we're looking at somewhere near $30,000 just, in that quick math. Someone's definitely not paying it. These people tend to regrow the next year because there isn't a strong thing. And the thought process behind it is, look, a stiff penalty on collection that can be leaned against the property. But then we have 5 years till we realize that. And that's why these people keep redoing it. This was the thought process when we went through this before you were even here doing 17.95, Doug. It's like, how do we solve this? And this did come up before, in discussions. And it's like that 5-year process, that's 5 years until we could realize it without them paying it off through assessed taxes, assumed, and then you have to go through the process. So
Right.
it's even longer than 5 years on it. And then all the work's done by our people, code compliance, because, a lot of that's administrative fees get put on top of that, and code compliance starts running backwards on money for how long, on how many different things before they're realized. It's a slippery slope, and it's a hard one to digest,
Would it be helpful if we could interact with that CAP program and find out how fast they can turn it around if we had an MOU? Would that be a better direction? Look at that mechanism first.
I think overall, especially when we're dealing with illegal grows, being able to facilitate getting them off the property as soon as possible. And if you can find a different avenue, I think with a lot of things here, you got some good suggestions, and then there's some stuff I'm a little wavy on. I think there needs to be more exploration before we really do like final direction today. And I brought up a couple of things to council that was like maybe gray area right now, but we want to make sure we dot all our I's and cross all our T's. I'm having a hard time with it all.
I think my 2 cents when it comes to fines for unpermitted grows. I think that if a majority of the board wants to direct staff to look into more, I don't know what word you want to use, more intensive, more higher fines potentially, or ways of increasing those, or potentially trying to recover them more aggressively with or without the assistance of the state AG's program. That's something that my office will work with Doug to explore, and then we can bring back something. If there's not enough, if the board's happy to leave it as is, then I think that's the end of the conversation. But yeah, we wouldn't be looking for, I think, specific direction of this at this moment, more like, is there more we could be doing?
Look, when it comes to illegal grows, I fully have us looking at a more aggressive approach, whether it be fines or whatever works better to facilitate these people not being able to work in Calaveras any longer and learn that they don't get a play here, then I support that type of work. And
Okay, so to be clear, I guess, if we worked with council and the per plant fine structure is legal, would that be something you'd be interested in? If that's determined to be legal?
Right, well, that, and you also came up with a thing, how, working with what system?
Cap.
Cap.
It's Attorney
Yeah.
General.
Working with them, I mean, provide us multiple options, see what we can do that's gonna work the best for the county overall and make it successful with illegal dress.
Okay, so I'm hearing separate item to bring back to your board just on this topic.
Let's get, Mr. Chair, maybe we could get to that on how we're bringing it back at the end, but I think we all want to weigh in on each of these items. Are pretty important for where we're going. And I agree with Ben on the illegal guys. We got to tell them they can't be here. We have to find a way to do that. And you're spot on and trying to figure out a way that we can make it impactful enough that they realize that you can't just plant 30 days after we cut down your plants and try again, or the next year, whatever it is. But I would encourage you to also work with the tax collector, because on fines these big, we're going to make that fine is going to be worth a lot more than the property. And so the county may find themselves in a situation where they've got $300,000 of fines on a property that's worth $30,000. And I don't know how that will work with the tax collector, how we take those things on discount. So I'd want to figure that out as well. I don't want to suddenly have accounts receivable of millions of dollars of fines. But
Right.
it doesn't mean anything because we can't collect them. So I think the mechanics, I think Ben was talking that, the mechanics of how that's actually going to work and be a preventative measure. I would let everybody else speak for themselves, but for me, I would certainly finding a way to make it impactful, but also functional. Using the state attorney general's office to do the prosecution, great. We don't have a lot of resources here in our county. They could help carry some of this. I think that's great, but let's just work on the mechanics of it. It's not nearly as simple as saying, we just hit you with a $300,000 fine. Then what?
Right. Right, fair enough.
I agree. I think it has to change. It can't stay the way that it is, and it needs to be more punitive. So I agree with my other supervisors.
I agree. I want to see more information though, to that point, we gotta make it with the counties, while, because the timeline on these can go beyond the 5 years. And you're not just talking about the fines and the property, you're talking about attorney fees, court cases, appeal. I mean, it's just a whole thing. So how do we make it where it's efficient for the county to do this and be impactful and send a statement without, just throwing everything under the sun and not getting anywhere? I guess, I want to make sure that we're able to realize that investment we're going to be putting into making the point, rather than just spending the money and not getting anywhere.
Very good.
I agree with what they're saying. It's going to be very difficult though, because the state is working against us with a misdemeanor and you can't confiscate all the equipment and take it. I mean, that's something that we're working around, putting a fine on. Yeah, we can do that. We have that in other properties. We have fines. But again, if you lien a property like Jack brought up, that's only worth $30,000-$40,000 and we got a $300,000 fine because they were growing 600 plants, 300 plants or whatever. And they start adding up because then next year they start again, or if it's on a residency, once it's cleared out, they're indoors again, they can start growing again. It's another fine. And then it gets to the point where, what do we do? It's a very difficult situation here, but perhaps you can get with, you had a committee set up there that you were on one of the other items. Maybe that committee can explore this too. And bring something back to the board that we can legally do that may help getting to the place we want to get to. And once we raid them, get rid of them, they don't come back.
Right.
Definitely with that committee, it benefits the legal growers to get rid of the illegal growers. That way, in any competition. Knows
Very
down the
good.
market. In one way or the
Okay.
other.
So the other deterrents, are we interested in moving forward with recommendations on additional security measures or screening from view from the public? Well, screening from view from state highways, screening from view from major thoroughfares, or a definition thereof? Do we have an interest in that?
I do. I would like to see it. I think there's groves that I have in my district right now that are right in view of public right of ways that, or the fence isn't even up, it's fallen down. It was just a screen fence. It's no longer there. And I hear complaints from individuals. I mean, I think it was part of our ordinance that they were supposed to be completely fenced and not you observant for the public.
Yeah, unfortunately, that only manifested in the non-commercial grow side of the ordinance.
I mean, that's
The
where I'm at.
fencing?
No, the screening from view.
Okay. Yeah. Right. I don't know. How high can we build a fence depending on situations? I mean,
Well, I think a 6-foot fence you can build without a permit.
right, no, I'm completely in agreement that 6-foot fence needs to be around every grow at
Mhm.
this point and needs to be enforced. With that, expanding it beyond that, I don't see the point. It's not. There's situations where it just doesn't, there's no solve, so.
Well,
6 foot-
as it relates specifically to state highway view, not necessarily any other road.
Well, I mean, so you look, so we asking for you to bring back maybe a solution for what would be for a state highway view? What is that? Bring back some suggestions, Doug. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Does everybody agree to that? Their lights on.
Well, wait a second. I think we have to be careful on business owners should be responsible for their own security of their site. You don't, and I get a business license from you, you don't come and check my locks to make sure, or make sure I have a burglar alarm on my building. So I think we have to treat business owners should be responsible for their own security, and that's why we have a sheriff's office to respond to violations. I don't know how we do the screening from a state highway. I'll agree with Ben. Let's see what you kind of can come up with. But I mean, are we screening it because it's a safety issue and we're trying to protect the business owner from being robbed? Okay, well, maybe that's business owner's responsibility to screen protect their products and their work site. Are we screening it because looking at marijuana is offensive? That's a different set of issues to be dealing with. That is very subjective. What I find offensive and what perhaps Martin finds offensive for viewing. So I'd be very careful about getting into the subjective piece. And I'd also be careful about, if somebody wants to build something that is stupidly obvious and easy to rob, we should warn them. But I mean, I don't think we're in charge of keeping everybody from being stupid. That would be an impossible task. And you can't fix stupid.
Understood.
Supervisor Fallendorf?
I think some of the highway has come up because you've got some individuals not wanting to adhere to county aesthetics. And I think really it's more of a gateway issue. Penalizing, the existing growers that are already in compliance and are already on some of these state highways, this isn't going to solve it. We're looking at more of a gateway entrance into our county to make sure that we're welcoming our tourists, and it aligns with all of the other businesses that have to come in with what building and aesthetics look like in certain areas of the community. And how do we address that? The fencing and all the other stuff, there are requirements, but there's some other issues in certain areas where how do you welcome those tourists to come in and you're not just seeing certain 6-foot fences, and maybe that's more of the approach, is looking at more of a gateway or more of where the aesthetics of the community around it. It's no different than a building going up and you're in a historic district and you've got to put a facade on the front of it and match the aesthetics of what you are building your new business in. And I would like you to bring some of those options back to see what that would look like.
Well, I guess
So for example, well, I mean, we just approved the wayfinding thing. That's supposed to be the gateway to at least the Highway 4. Now, and it's supposed to match certain aesthetics, but the public had input, and that's the welcoming, and everything around it is matching it. And now you've got a new business that's coming in, and it's going to be the opposite of what we've had input from the public on a wayfinding sign, on what other businesses are building, and having just a flat bench, and it's not matching the aesthetics of bringing in the community of tourists to spend money. It just doesn't look good. And I agree with Jack, they're responsible. If they want to put something on the side of it, they're responsible for their security. And the state has put in the mandates on certain criteria for these permits to have certain security. It's not my problem if they want to put it somewhere where it's front view, but from a community perspective, it needs to match the aesthetics of what's going on. And putting just a chain link fence or any other type of fencing is not going to match the gateway of coming in. And I think we're addressing this because of one issue, and we need to be more open to how this is going to impact across the entire county and not impact everybody else as well, or new businesses that choose this option. But I think it just goes back to gateway. You know, we've approved all of this stuff the last year, and now we're gonna we don't even know it coming into this county. And the tourist attractions of looking at it, and I think that is more of what maybe we're trying to address, is the global of how it's gonna match with the rest of the community with building it up.
Well, I see your point. I think the challenge that we're gonna have here is that this is a ministerial permit, so we don't have the ability to be discretionary in how something looks necessarily. We have to specifically define how it looks. It's going back to that weird permit type where it's ministerial. It's not an administrative permit where you can say, I'll approve it if you make it this color. It's simply go, no go, which means that if unless we have specific language, we can't necessarily say you have to match the aesthetics, but then, because then it's up to interpretation as to what is aesthetically pleasing and who's going to be the panel that decides that. Now it creeps into discretionary, which is what we want to avoid. So if we want to find, I mean, might be able to bring back to your board ways of providing specific language on the type of screening options. That might be something that we could do, because then at least we are providing options in the ordinance as to how you can comply with this standard. And that might give us some additional flexibility. But that's going to be a fun one, Sarah. But I think that the primary challenge is, how do we do this without making it discretionary?
And I understand the legal challenges, but I think we're bringing this up because of a single issue that has come to light, and trying to address it countywide. I don't know. I would like to see some options and how you think you're going to solve that for us.
Supervisor Stopper?
With this type of issue, like something to the point of, regional, it's a hard one to solve. And at this point, from the sense I'm getting, it's to address an issue that's come up that, a certain community is not happy about. And at this point, with that type of entitlement, we can't moonwalk it. And potentially it could happen again. So I'll be interested to see what type of solves you can come up with, but this. I find it hard because when we go, like Amanda brought up, we have to stay consistent throughout the industry, but not only with the industry, you know, that with certain issues like this, we have to apply it to every business equally in Calaveras County. Correct. And so at that point, you know, we're getting ourselves into the quicksand very quickly with trying to solve an issue because of a single situation.
Well, and I understand how delicate this is because, I mean, from my point of view as a building official, and to quote one of my compatriots, I don't enforce ugly. If I did, I'd have to arrest myself. Planners are really good at identifying the aesthetics, and in the discretionary process, they craft something with the builder that can work. Building inspectors are go, no go. And it's really hard to hit both targets. How do we hit the aesthetic while also hitting the security, or do we care about the security? If the security is the owner's concern, then okay, fair enough. But then how do we make the rest of it pretty? Can't touch that at this point. So let's another item to bring back for discussion then. Okay, thank you.
Supervisors, this is Sheriff DiBasilio. If I could comment.
Sure, yes.
For it.
I want to remind folks that maybe don't remember when those fences originally were put into the ordinance. It was to keep the bad guys from coming in to steal the property owners marijuana. It was kind of a twofold. It was one, it was designed for security. Two, it was designed to keep it aesthetically so that the people in the public couldn't see it, because that was what some of the comments that were brought to light at that time was that we don't want to have to see it. Well, the problem with seeing it or not seeing it was with the topography. There was some people who had up beautiful fences, but you look down into a canyon, like going down past the Golden Spur, and you saw nothing but marijuana grows, because the fence doesn't do any good when you're 40 feet above it. So the fences from the sheriff's standpoint, when we did this back in 2016, originally was for security reasons. I heard a couple of supervisors say that, you know, if they don't want to, or maybe it was Doug who said, if they don't want to have their facility secure, that's on them, but it's not. That falls back to a safety thing for the sheriff's office, that if they can just walk in off the street and start stealing marijuana, and now we have gunfights, we're back to the OK Corral that we had up in Mountain Ranch. So if the fencing has not been taken out of the ordinance, and I have to be honest with y'all, I haven't read that ordinance in quite a while. I believe the fencing needs to stay in there for security reasons. And again, we're not talking about tomatoes here. We're talking about marijuana, where we're having people who come up from Fresno, which we just saw, to rip off marijuana. That's the first comment I want to make. The second comment that I would like to make is about what Doug had talked about on the fines. I know that, and I'm not sure, Doug, maybe I missed it, and he's talking about the fines to the legal growers, but we can also utilize that for the illegal grows. And I agree with Amanda and you folks that that's something that needs to be researched. I know that Barbara and I have talked to this board and past boards since 2000 and probably 18 anyhow, on putting together a forensic team to try and chase that money, because it's going to cost money to make money. Folks have been hearing me say that for years. But if we want to really detour these people from doing these sites on repeated occasions, like I showed you in our presentation a few weeks back here, we have to hit them in the pocketbooks. And if we can start going after these properties with fines, I think that's going to be the best way to deter them from coming into Calaveras County. on an illegal side and on the legal side where they're not playing by the rules. Just my 2 cents worth. I guess that's all I have. Thank you. Unless you have any questions for me.
Anybody have any questions for the sheriff? Thank you, Rick.
And so
Thanks.
just to clarify for the sheriff, we're not taking the fencing out of the ordinance. We're merely recommending that we make that fencing screening similar to commercial cannabis on state highways. That was the recommendation.
Okay, and I know when we're talking about, Doug, we're talking about that one place that you and I went and took a look at, and the problem with the screening is a pocket knife opens that screening up in a heartbeat. And I believe that's why we went with some type of a wooden fencing or chain link fencing with panels in it to, one was the solid to take away the visual, but the second, and more importantly to the sheriff's office, is the not being able to take a pocket knife and slice your way in there and go in there and start stealing plants. That was my bigger concern, is that I guess my concern would be, and my request to you folks would be, that you don't go to screening and we keep some type of a secure fencing in there of some type, just because of the easily accessible with a pocket knife to go through that type of screening. That's all I wanted to say. That's my concern as the sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay.
So you have direction on that item?
Yep.
You want to reiterate what you hear the direction of each?
Get with council and bring you something specific with some options. Okay. And I'm guessing. And now
heavy evidence on council, is that?
Yes. Well, also would it be appropriate with that comment to maybe include the sheriff and the DA, so we can look at both the criminal and the administrative fine and come together, because there's 2 layers here with 2 layers of fines potentially, and 2 processes that we could work concurrently to put pressure on repeat offenders. Is that something you'd be interested in? And the tax collector. Very good.
Yeah, because all in all, we were talking about illegal grows on the fine structure and everything. So
Okay. Okay, thank you. CBCBs, do we have an interest to get rid of them? I'm sorry, what?
Mr. De Basilia, the sheriff, what does he think about the CBCBs? He doesn't want to have anything to do with them.
Honestly, I originally, when the CBC thing came about, we were trying to control what was going on, but Doug made a very good point. And in talking to the legal growers that are out there now, they want to have good people on their property. So I think if it's more of a pain than what it's worth, I'm behind whatever the county decides. I'm not solid on one way or the other. If they want to get rid of them, that's fine.
My understanding, Doug, is it's burdensome and it's running backwards with the cost as opposed to the positive effects from it.
Correct.
And typically, if you're running your business, you would want to hire people that you trust or will not rip you off. And that does, that type of thing does, it's the burden of the business owner. So at this point, I think CBCBs have run their course and the industry has become a more mature at this point. And it's the CBCBs, get rid of it. That's just getting rid of one ordinance with a vote. So that's where I'm at.
Supervisor Garamendi.
First off, congratulations on having over 600 CBCBs. That represents more employees than we had when the cement plant was going full tilt. So this has been an economic success. Congratulations on providing this.
I didn't do anything. You did.
On all the people who provide these. But yeah, I mean, look, CBCBs had a time and a place, and it was important to get where we are today. But a lot of the people that I employ or other people employ, sometimes people got rough pasts. Things happen. They pay their debt to society, or people grow up and change. And these are a lot of the people who we can employ and need jobs, good jobs and stable employment. So let's let people work and let the employer choose if they want to hire someone who's going to rip them off. Shame on them. But I don't think most will, but congratulations on 600.
Supervisor Hubbard,
I just wanted to say I agree wholeheartedly. And
Supervisor Holloway,
I'm open to what you bring back for suggestion.
yeah,
You want it, are you gonna bring it back or you want to do it
well, this
now?
is informational.
Well,
only, so
yeah, this is
Yeah,
just,
then that's
I want to bring it back
bring it
to
back.
remove it.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
information.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
give him direction, so.
Yeah, that's. I'm
You have
on
three,
board with.
you have 4 supervisors. Bring it back.
Very well. Okay, so the permit model. Do we want to explore revocation? Do we want to, well, let's do the streamline first. Streamline the process. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish.
Oh, very good. Streamlining the process and as a result, the fee for reinstatement, expiration, revocation. Do we want to take it back to the shop, see what can we do within the boundaries of our ordinance to recognize state documents, state practices as meeting the requirements?
Supervisor Germany.
I'll start. Yes.
Trying to read his recommendations.
If we could do things streamlined better, I'm not in support of more than one. I don't think, I would like a lot more information. I'm currently not in favor of exploring to allow one permit to carry more than 1 acre if the parcel size allows it. 1 acre permits, I understand that's a burden, and if we could, that's a really structural change to what we've set up. So making it streamlined is one thing, but that's changing the foundation blocks. So I'd be
It
cautious.
would require a addendum to the EIR to do that, but it
Yeah.
wouldn't require anything more as
So-
well.
I wouldn't be supporting that, but that's just one vote.
could I ask how many do you think there are in the county that would be over 28? Over an acre?
No, it's,
Yeah, there's well, out of the 92, I can say that quite a few of them, there's multiple permit holders on lots that are sized large enough to have multiple acres. Just under separate permits and separate fencing and separate, everything's separate. So they even create separate LLCs in some cases where you have the same owner with multiple LLCs or multiple combinations of owners in order to make sure we have the entitlements.
are you done, Mr. Hubbard? I'm sorry. I have an issue with introducing a new permit at this time. We have agreements and we are not going to issue any new permits other than the ones that were originally dedicated with original, that were open to the ordinance. The original, 190 some odd, the entitlements. Through October 26th of 2024, when those sunset. We have an agreement, and I think that doing a new type of permit may put us in a position where we're not living up to our standards on the agreement. And I'm not going to go there right now.
Okay, so
I understand what you're saying, and
no, I
understand
see a
the
lot,
whole-
I see a lot of people nodding here, so I guess I would just say that, do we want to wait until after the sunset date and then revisit how many permits
We
we
can talk
have?
about it then.
And then talk about maybe merging permits or differences then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
it's
I
a
see
good
everybody.
idea, Doug,
Okay,
but
I'm counting heads,
I'm
okay.
not gonna, agreement's an agreement, and I'm gonna stick to the deals I made.
Okay, so after October of next year, I'll bring that back.
Mr. Elliott, planning department.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's kind of way past your lunchtime, but I think I need to interject an idea. In the current cannabis legislation, you have a setback requirement only for scenic highways. Had there been a setback requirement for all state highways, I think we would accomplish some of the things that we're trying to accomplish here. So the property in question that I think everybody's been talking about doesn't fall within that scenic highway boundary. However, we don't have too many properties in this county that are qualified cannabis grows that actually fall within that corridor. So if we took away that requirement that it has to be on a scenic highway rather than just a state highway, then maybe we can accomplish something for future growth whereby it's actually set back 1,000 feet from the state highway or properly screened. Because I think we're missing the boat here. If we think that the screening requirement is only to the benefit of the grower, I think it's to the benefit of our community as well. We don't want to have the reputation of being a place where you can actually come and before you know it, just like the sheriff said earlier, start having gunfights over people coming into town and raiding cannabis sites. If we had an adult entertainment business in this town, we would have all kinds of requirements for videos and locks and things of that nature. Let's try to treat cannabis the same way because it's becoming a somewhat of a volatile industry. Just my 2 cents.
Just to be clear, we do have setback requirements for all. They may differ, or there may be more
Yeah.
stringent ones for a scenic highway, but it's not that there are no setback
Yeah,
requirements for.
it's 1,000-foot requirement that I think we need to apply on all state highway corridors, not just the scenic sites only.
All highways, correct.
Can you add that to your research, please? Thank you.
Very good.
But proceed with caution. There's a
Okay.
lot of sites that are within 1,000 feet of a state highway.
We are at 12:30. Do we want to finish this off and then go to lunch? Or do we want to take a break for lunch for the employees and then come back?
I think you got a lot of public that's going to want to talk on this. I don't think we're going to be done quick.
Okay,
Yeah.
let us continue and get through it.
You want to, no, lunch.
You want lunch? All right, then we want lunch. Is it-
We have a lot. All right, Amanda's gonna pass it. I don't know if it's hungry.
All right, then we were going to take a break right now for lunch and we will return at 1:30. We're good? Okay, we are back from lunch and we're going to continue on this item. Doug? You're up.
Thank
again.
you. All right, we're back. So we only have a couple items left. And this one's going to be a little contentious, so I've worked up a couple of options for you, and that is how are we going to enforce corrections on sites? So the option I put forward was let's utilize the code compliance investigators for annual inspections. But the rest of it, as far as development goes, is all the building or the fire inspector or the planner, depending on what, what code we're, what permit type we're regulating. I know that there's some sensitivity over that, but they are experts in this process. The alternate to that is we continue to utilize building inspectors to do the annual inspections and the violations or like complaints on these sites, but they do issue a notice of violation if there are corrections that can't be handled immediately with the same effect of, you just don't open a case, they provide a notice of violation and give them a time frame to comply. Either way, we do have to have some mechanism with some incentive for them to call us back and say it got done. Again, those are the two best solutions I can come up with here. Otherwise, it's repetition and room for errors between the two processes that we currently have, which has come back to bite us a handful of times. So what's your preference?
I do have a question. Since we just instilled this thing with the fire inspections for the county, are they subject to the annual, because they have workers on site and there are buildings on site? Are they the annual fire inspection as a business?
They are business and they're usually fabrication. A cultivation site, which is only plants and water for the plants, is pretty rare. They usually, but those would be, they're not ag, but they're similar where they wouldn't have an annual inspection because it's just like a crop of corn.
The buildings,
If there's buildings, then they would be doing annual inspections. I see where you're going with this. Do an annual inspection and collect all of it.
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
Okay.
I'm having go ahead,
No,
Mark.
go ahead.
I'm having a hard time with the code compliance. When we originally put 17.95 together, I was an advocate for taking away from code compliance, and you reiterated the issues. And I do see where you're going with, it's grown and it's not the same. I don't want to say beast or animal it was before, but to that mantra, they've reshaped code compliance now. And I hear you, Doug, but typically code compliance is a machine that works towards a punitive measures and looking for things that are wrong as opposed to developing strategies to how to get things done. Where an inspector, at the same time, you have your level of building codes. But at the same time, there's different aspects of building where, okay, look, you can't do it this way. It compromises the structural integrity. But if you do this here, then we can move forward and make it work, right? So, not everyone knows the right avenue and they can provide this solution at the same time in some instances. So right now, we'll be talking about it later. Where's the home for code compliance? They're running a little bit backwards on money. And I could see the reach for finding something that, is a consistent revenue stream for them. But I'm still of the opinion it's not the right vessel for what we're trying to do when it comes to 17.95 and regulation.
Okay.
That could change in the future, but right now I'm in that.
Fair enough.
I just wanted to voice the same concern as Supervisor Stopper. Also, I think we're doing so incredibly well with the strategic plan and code compliance. I'd hate to see, I don't know how much more of a burden it would be, but code compliance is doing a great job with the strategic plan, and I'd love to see that continue.
Any other comments? Okay,
Very well. Is it more appropriate then to maybe pair that to the annual fire inspection that we would do on the business? And
I would say you do two at once, yeah, if you know, and you do that fire, yeah.
So what do you mean by that? I mean, are you putting everything underneath the fire marshal?
no, I wouldn't be putting it under the fire marshal.
But at the same
But-
time, then, oh, here, I am up. We needed, so what you're saying is pairing it with the inspector.
Yeah, why go out twice? Just.
Oh, yeah, I
you
know,
a
yeah, I know.
Particular
You-
time of
you-
year is when we
One trip.
put, yeah, one trip, get it all done.
Yeah, I agree with that completely, and I think
Okay.
there's multiple other ways you can refine it. And some of this is, we get past a certain point and, we make a decision to rewrite 17.95 at a certain point. We can refine all this even better for you. But that's gonna be a big hurdle when we get to it. It's gonna take some time to get it right.
Oh, yes. Can we wait about 10 years for that? 15 years?
So is that when you're retiring?
Yeah, somewhere
No,
around
we're
there.
gonna do that.
Okay, you have
Okay.
direction on that?
Very good. And then the last item here, the committee to review the industry. It seems like there's an interest in that, but I want to make sure that I got three nods on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as committee makeup, I was recommending the development department heads, the fire districts or the JPA, fire JPA. County council, sheriff's office, are there any other entities or outside input that you would like to recommend?
I mean, if that's the case, then definitely someone from the industry. Stacy, turn my mic on. Definitely someone from the industry
Mhm.
or a couple individuals from the industry, and then at the same time. And being all equal,
Agreed.
someone opposed.
Okay, so equal membership on both sides.
Yeah,
Very well.
Wait a minute.
that's
What does that mean?
Opponents and proponents.
You went through sheriff, building officials,
County council.
county council,
Agreed.
and then, right? And so those they're not on the side.
No, they're not on a side.
Right,
What am I,
exactly.
if we're going to include members from the outside
committee.
to
Okay.
be in the committee. Yeah,
I ju-
any
I
at
just thought
large,
they should be-
members.
I think when you look at the industry, you should take big growers, medium-sized growers, indoor growers. You should try to get diversity of opinions probably throughout throughout our county also.
Okay,
If certain people were not in this room, we could nominate them. And then they could be stuck with this, but I think that try to get a diverse crowd of opinions. I think would be important.
Just one small, clarification. I do think, to the extent, Doug, this committee sounds like a good idea and absolutely something you should do. I don't know that, it makes sense to have my office on a committee, with members of the public. You're gonna need to vet whether things are legal, through work with my office. But we can decide whether it makes sense to actually be on that committee or not.
okay.
I hear what she's trying to say. I am in agreement with Ms. Edwards. That at that point, they shouldn't be necessarily making suggestions so much as vetting them.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
Okay, very well. All right.
Sorry, fall into it. Hold on.
Sorry.
Is this a burnout committee?
Negative.
Okay, so they're gonna be like a sunset date that this wraps up, or how is this makeup? Because I like the idea of trying to be equitable, but if it is burnout, then the public's really gonna be having to come, but if it's not a burnout, then.
So unless I misunderstood something, it's not gonna be comprised of any board members or other members of the legislative body, so it shouldn't be an issue with the Brown Act.
Okay.
Okay. So it's basically an advisory committee to come back to the board.
All right. That will dismantle it after we get our findings.
It's advisory to you. who advises us.
Correct,
Correct,
It's not directly to the board.
right.
okay.
Okay, and then so items that we're going to be bringing to them are the potential for other industry, other technology,
We didn't talk about that yet. did we?
what's that?
We didn't get to that piece.
Well, that's part of this is forming the committee to bring you that information. Do you have any interest in that, or should the committee just be for the illegal cultivation violations and the CAP program and things like that? Because we could see all of it, or
Because we haven't talked about other industry and expanding that in this conversation today.
well, we did bring it up as the recommendation to form the committee to provide information on the viability of including types of manufacturing. That was the recommendation.
Is that what everybody agrees?
That's what we talked about. That
I
was
could
the
be wrong.
recommendation as we went through this.
If there's no interest in manufacturing information at this time, then I can focus the committee on the program.
I think we have to look, I think we should look at all of it.
I agree.
I mean, I think we ought to look at all the different types of manufacturing and find out. I assumed a lot of this was already permitted. So if there's obstacles, identify them and we'll discuss where to get rid of them.
Zero manufacturing.
Zero.
Oh,
There's zero manufacturing.
well, then I think we ought to find out.
Very
remove
good.
Those obstacles.
Okay. Okay, well, that's all I have. Thank you very much for your input. Is there any other questions, any other direction, anything that you think we missed?
Not at this time from the board. That's it. We need to open it up for public comment. Public comment on the items that were presented to the board.
Good afternoon, Vicki Rinke. I'm just going to highlight a few things because we have 3 minutes. So I want to thank Doug for his presentation and bringing back some of this issue and trying to streamline some of it and make it hopefully a little stronger. But the concerns that I saw, well, one is the remediation, the answer to the grand jury. And I know that the recommendation is just to ignore it. It's been too long. Oh, we should have, well, that should have been done 5 years ago or 4 years ago, whatever, long time ago. And the purpose is because the people are concerned about our county and possible contaminations to the land and the water. And nobody cares. And we had a presentation this morning, which was eye-opening and shocking that there's black water being put into the water system and nobody seems to care. So it's very concerning. I hope you reconsider what you talked about. Now, do we go back to every single one of those properties? I don't know, but somewhere along the line, we got to start checking for this. It was an issue with the illegal grows that were happening in our county over years. And we, the people thought, oh, okay, they're going to look at some of that stuff. They're going to get that corrected. And we're talking the water and the soil contaminations. You know, I don't know about the air and the all that nonsense. But anyway, and it is your job to protect the health and safety of the community. So think about that with the remediation. And the clearance badges, I know the sheriff now said that that's okay. We don't have to have them. But I just want to make sure that we're seeing the effect of that policy and that people are paying attention. And I'm not so sure the owners are going to report this information to the sheriff because they don't want to look bad. So we have to really be aware of the crime that might be happening in our county because we don't require that. People said, oh, people didn't want to work there because they had to have a badge. I wonder why. So anyway, that's a problem. And the application process, the state is, like Doug said, they're in the middle of changing everything. And so we have to relook at all that and see, does it really work for us in Calaveras County? Because the state cannot come in here and regulate it. They're not going to come here and check. It's our job to do that. So that's important. And the industry expansion, we chose not to have all those industries at the beginning. And that kind of relieved a lot of people's minds that we weren't going to have a full-blown marijuana industry in our county because people didn't want any of it here. So, you know, as you look into this,
Your time's up.
oh,
Vicky.
sorry, I have one more thing though.
Your
Do we
time's
have
up.
to have a,
Time's up.
do we have to conduct a new
Sorry.
EIR?
I'm going to follow up what Vicky had going because I've got the original environmental impact report draft. And there's some verbiage in this thing that just kind of makes you go, did our county, our supervisors not even pay attention to what their own payment for the EIR? It was a lot of money. And I know we're going back to the beginning of this thing, but it hasn't changed. We're still fighting the same stuff that was brought up in the original EIR. You're still stepping on eggshells over every single one of what you have to babysit with this crew of people. And if the industry cannot regulate itself and make sure that the county is not contaminated with water or soil contamination, or kids are not safe because they're at school districts and they're getting gummies because you want to have manufacturing to make more money and profit for them. And you don't look at the long-term effects on families, children, our environment, the wildlife everywhere. It's all the same problem. It's all the same argument from our side. It was never a good idea. It's still not a good idea. And adding more is when the thing finally collapses, there'll be that much more collateral damage. And it just goes on.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon, Tom Hicks, CV Development. I've had discussions with Amanda, with Doug. Doug, I appreciate your efforts here. Our biggest concern, I'm not opposed to marijuana grows. I mean, if they're done in the appropriate place. The particular one across the street from the town square, the largest commercial development in the county. We're about ready to embark on a $70 million expansion. We're having issues with our lenders already questioning what's going on across the road. 300 feet off the highway, 1,000 feet from the town square. So my biggest concern, which Doug, I don't think you addressed, was the odor issues. And, you know, we're directly downwind. So I'd like to see something put into the ordinance on some type of control on odor in particular. So, okay, thank you.
Any other public comments? Your phones are on, please turn them off.
Glad that wasn't my phone. Mark Bolger, Rimrock Farms. Just a little bit of perspective that might help alleviate some concerns from the public and from the grand jury in regards to remediation. In 2018, when the ban took effect, at that time, every legal cultivator in the county had to have licensure and a permit approved by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. That's a mouthful. I had to provide documentation that the site had been stabilized and that we were no longer currently actively cultivating. I can't say this is true for every cultivator, but everyone that I know had to provide that documentation to the state. So I'm not saying that the job of remediation was done by all of these facilities, but there was state oversight and they had to review that process before they would release us from our, you know, obligation to pay an exorbitant fee under those current or former fee structures. So might be something to look into that, you know, the grand jury maybe wasn't privy to that information. I don't know. On top of that, I think a lot of the suggestions are very much common sense. I agree with the sheriff. I agree with the building department that the CBCBs did serve a purpose, you know, and they had their time and place. You know, as any business owner can attest to, post-pandemic employment issues have been very difficult. And I've got several businesses. Finding people that will actually show up and work is tough these days. Cannabis used to be a pretty high margin crop. We're not that anymore. And this isn't me lobbying on any tax issues, but we're looking at, you know, pretty much in line with normal agricultural labor prices now. If you talk to any farmers in the valley, you know, some of these pruning crews, harvest crews, they're charging a lot more than they used to. Cannabis on our profit margins, we're pretty much in line with what a lot of other high value traditional crops can pay. So, mandating background checks for people that are going to be there for 2 days, 2 weeks, a month, it's just not cost effective. So I agree with all the recommendations on that. Other than that, I think everything's common sense, and I don't think the industry has any major issues with, working through growing pains and the evolution of everything that's happened. So thank you guys for your time.
Any other public comments on this item? Seeing none in the room. Are there any online?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, well, this was an informational item. Doug, you've given direction. We'll
Thank you,
see
Board.
back when you get it all done.
Thank you. Bring it to you in
Okay.
small pieces.
Good luck. We'll give them a minute to clear out. Clear out, We're going back to item 4. Okay, we're going to go back to consent agenda item number 4. This was pulled by Vicky. You pulled it. You want to come up and give us a reason why you pulled it and what questions you have?
Yeah, I pulled it because the instruction, the last meeting was to bring that forward after you heard from Doug's presentation on the marijuana.
Okay, hold on. Hey, Doug, can you guys go out? Yeah. We can't hear her and you. Sorry, Vicky, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
Go.
obviously my concern is the answer that was given, and it was basically too bad. That's all. We're not doing anything about this. The grand jury was the one who brought it forward. And they must have gotten this information somewhere from the public, because that's usually what the grand jury does. And it wasn't me. I have no idea who did that, but it's an important issue. And it's important to the people who live here that they want to know that their properties are not being contaminated. I know marijuana's been out here now for a while, but it's still the same product. It's still the same growing, especially with the illegal ones. I think some of these growers are probably very good. I like them as people too. But that's not maybe who we're talking about. There's 914 pieces of property that were never looked at after the marijuana was grown, according to the report. Now, at least do something, maybe go out and check water in those areas. We have the addresses to all those sites. I mean, that's not an issue. They're on a document. At least go out and do some checking in some of the waters that are near there. Maybe do a few samples of soil, anything. But I know now with all the rain we've had, probably a lot of that soil has been seeped through if there were problems. So it should be probably in the water by now. So anyway, it would be nice if you would at least do something and not just ignore it and say, wasn't our job, no problem. So thank you. I hope that you will reconsider it at least that much. Thank you.
Is there any other public comments? Oh, Supervisor Stopper.
Let's see, I gotta go back to number 4 again because I was reading this before. And here's where, look, the response, is pretty much the point of the county, but it's missing some things. Remediation and contamination, the state does do inspections. When it comes to contamination and there's a report of contamination, it said soil, as Mark brought up, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board is who they go through the process of filing through. And then, when there's a report by the county, the report goes from the sheriff's department or like code compliance to Fish and Wildlife, because they are the ones that are over the fish, the streams and rivers that go down, not the county. And they're actually the legitimate enforcement agency for those type of contaminations. I worked with them through the water district in the past when things have happened, and we like if we get even drinking water with sodium hypochlorite, which is chlorine, we have to test the water and everything just to make sure that we don't have too much chlorine in the water that kill the fish, for example. So also legal grows have they have to test their product at labs prior to sell. And at that point, any fertilizers or pesticides that are used on those would show up in that. And the fertilizer and pesticides list for legal grows with the state right now, if you actually look at the state and understand what they write down for the law in there, is so overly exorbitant that they can't literally use anything that any other ag can use out there for their marijuana products. So at that point, they would literally make their product not available to the market, and they wouldn't be able to sell it if they were to use any of those fertilizers and pesticides. And that would compromise their product. The last thing I have to say is that let's see, I lost my train of thought there with all the other stuff. Oh yeah, we could go out and test. We could go out and spend an immaculate amount of money to start testing soils and water at different spots. Where's your baseline? Was that there before? Where did it come from? I mean, you're going to test soil just to find out what it is now. And I mean, but how do at that point, I need to stop going back and forth. How do we remediate such thing? I'll leave it at that. If you want a motion.
Is there any other comments on this item from the board? No, if not, I will say I'm not sure all those 914 haven't been inspected. I think a good portion of them have, and some of them, the illegal sites, once they're rated, that's all checked. Codes out there, environmentals out there, and a lot of that stuff has been looked at. The 914, I think if Rick was online, he could tell you that a lot of that's been looked at. I'm not sure going out at this point 5 years later is going to be beneficial. The water would have come downstream and been tested at some point. So with that, I'm open for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Stopper. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Hubbard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We move on to action item number 32. This conducted fiscal years from administrative office to conduct a fiscal year 23-24 county budget hearings, and 2, receive a presentation, and 3, direct staff to return on September 26th with county budget resolutions. And this says Marcus Munoz is going to do the presentation.
So Chair Toffenelli, could we have a 5-minute recess? So Marcus.
We can have a
get-
5-minute recess, yes. All right, we are back. And before we get started on the final item, our budget, I was just told, or we were just informed that today is Supervisor Fallendorf's birthday. And so we have this for you, Amanda, and we would like to say happy birthday. So on the count of three, everybody, 1, 2, 3, happy birthday. You're now 21?
Yes. You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is an action item for an administrative office to conduct the fiscal year. I already read this, but I'm going to read it again. Conduct the fiscal year 23-24 county budget hearings, and 2, receive a presentation, and 3, direct staff to return on September 26, 2023 with the county budget resolutions. Mr. Munoz, you are up.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Marcos Munoz, Assistant CAO. And today I'm going to be presenting the fiscal year 2023-24 final budget. So a quick overview of today. I'm going to first start off with a wrap up of the revenues from fiscal year 22-23, and then we're going to jump into all fund summary, and then followed by our operating funds, and then dive more specifically into our general fund, followed by just where we are at on our structural deficit. And then there are still a few things needing some direction from the board that I am going to touch, and then we'll end with some final budget highlights. All right, so some terms, general fund. So general fund refers to our general operating funds. This is our like our public protection, our admin, our treasurer, our auditor, those funds that the board has discretion over. Is typically our general funds. Special revenue fund, these are for funds that are restricted or they have a designated purpose. So for example, you'll see a lot of health and human services in here because a lot of the money is from the state or from the feds, and they have specific uses for use of their money. Also a capital fund. Capital fund refers to funds with construction projects. So you'll see there's a general fund, capital fund, which focuses on the animal shelter, our DA building, local projects like upgrading our bathrooms to be ADA compliant. We also have a roads capital fund that focuses more on the road side of things. And then you'll hear enterprise fund. In this county, we do have one enterprise fund. That fund is our airport. Our airport is our sole enterprise fund at this county. All right, so jumping into some revenue updates. So at the end of 22-23, we ended up with a fund balance of just over $8.5 million. Our sales tax was flat compared to 21-22. It was up about $7,000. Our TOT was down about 1.6% from 21-22. Our property tax went up $1.4 million. I have to give credit to the assessor's office as she's been digging into our past due property taxes and been able to make some progress on our backlog. And our excise tax came in 2.6% above 21-22. So just looking at it in chart form, I do want to point out the far right column is a budgeted amount. The rest are actuals. So looking here, we're looking at sales tax. Last year, sales tax came in flat from the year before. This year, we do have it budgeted at $5.2 million, but we are keeping a close eye on that. The 5.2 is the same amount we budgeted last year. We did come a little bit shy of that last year. Looking at TOT, we did drop to 2.684 at the close of the year, just shy of our 2.7 million that came in the year before. We do have this budgeted down a little bit at 2.45, as we're also keeping a close eye on this one as the economy is currently in an uncertain condition. So. And property tax, here's our property tax. It is estimated a slight increase over what we received at the end of 22-23, but it is just slightly above to 15.3 million. And then the excise tax, the last couple of years, we received 3.5 million in 21-22, came in just over 3.6 million last year. We do have this budgeted at 3.2. This one is a volatile funding source, so we're just keeping an eye on it. So we budgeted at that 3.2 level. So general revenue. So overall, when it comes to revenue for the county, I took our general revenues account, which is the 1010-0040. So this is essentially your property taxes, your teeter, your VLF. I also, because we moved teeter last year into our general revenues account, you'll notice on the top of some of the bar graphs, it's a slightly different color blue. I just wanted to compare apples to apples, so I added that in as I was comparing them. So as you can see, in 2021, we received 39 million. Part of that increase, why we jumped so much, was because of the CARES Act. Then we returned back to normal at 36 million. And this year we were up to 39 million. And in the budget for next year, we have it budgeted just over 38 million. So looking at our all fund summary, we are at our total budget, so including everything, $355 million. That is about just under 8% above where we were last year. And so this chart here breaks it down. You'll see the general fund down top, and then you go into the non-general fund capital projects down to our special districts. And then a pie graph reflecting those same numbers. This blue area is more of the general fund. The green area you see is the non-general fund. They're operating and their special revenue accounts. And then we have some capital in the red there. All right, looking by function, taking those same numbers and breaking them up by functional area. So county admin and finance, public safety and protection, health and human services. This gives a breakdown of where the increases are coming from. And then the pie graph associated with that, it shows you what percent of each area is related to the budget. And then finally, I like to show it in one more, show those numbers in one more area, and that's based on category. For example, salaries and benefits, services and supplies, to see where we are growing in this area. You see that we grew 6% in salaries and benefits. But the contingencies overall for the entire budget did increase by 9.97%. And then a pie graph associated with it, you see out of our entire budget, 20% is salaries and benefits. Looking at our operating fund, so taking out the contingencies from it, looking at the entire county. Here's looking at it by functional area again. County admin and finance grew 8.41%. Health and human safety grew 9.5%. Overall, though, once you remove contingencies, the overall budget grew by 4.85% from 228 million to just under 240 million. And the pie graph associated with that, we have health and human safety making up about 33% of the budget, public safety about 15.5%. When looking at all operating funds. And then looking at it from the salaries and employee benefits and services and supplies perspective, again, salaries and employee benefits are just under that 6%, and contingencies went up 13.8%. And here's that pie graph when looking at it that way. So salaries and employee benefits overall is about 30.39%. Now drilling further down into general fund. The general fund overall went from 75 million to 80 million, just under 81 million. That's a 7% increase. And here's the breakdown of where we grew. A pie graph showing that county admin finance represents roughly 38%. Public safety represents 45% of general fund. And then we have a couple of small other areas. So our year over year comparison of our expense types, so salaries and benefits in the general fund grew 4.59%. Services and supplies about 9.45% for a total increase of 7%. You see the contingencies grew from what we budgeted last year, grew by 33% as we bumped that number up to 1.8 million in this year's budget. And here is one final pie graph where we show salaries and employee benefits make up just under 50% of our total general fund budget. And then services and supplies makes up about 31%. And here is a picture of our revenue. So this year in taxes, we anticipate a slight increase to 4.41%. I must point out, this is what we budgeted this year compared to what was budgeted last year. And so our revenues actually came in much higher than the 64 million, and that's why the bump up in revenue for this year. And then here's the pie graph showing the revenue, where we have taxes making up about 44% of our total revenue. So where did that put us at the structural deficit? At the structural deficit, we have a total expenses in this budget of 80,732,888. When we budgeted of that, 1.8 million is headed towards contingencies. Another 303 is being transferred to our reserves in order to meet our policy minimum. And then just under 4 million is being transferred to county capital. So our total net expenses, our budget is about $74.5 million. Our total revenue is about just over $72 million. So our structural deficit, the amount our expenditures are over our revenue, is just under $2.5 million. And this is essentially flat from what was presented at recommended budget. And then just to take a look at our reserve, where we are at. So we have a $5 million fund balance at the beginning of the year. We are anticipating transferring that $303,000 to put us just under $5.4 million, which represents our policy minimum. There are a few items where I'm looking for direction in this budget. Some things that came up after we closed the books on the final budget, and other things that require board direction before I can move forward. So the first item is Public Works at final budget put in a weed spraying rig for $25,000. The actual cost of it is coming in closer to $60,000. So rather than have Public Works come back with a separate agenda item, I was hoping to get the direction to increase that. Of course, the board can approve it, deny it, or have Public Works bring it back to speak about it at a future meeting.
Yeah. Do we want to go through these and have a discussion and either approve them or deny them as we go through each one of them, like this one right now? Or do you want to have them go through all of them and then come back? What's your preference?
We did work it in the past where. Thank you. We did work in the past as we did them as we went, and then we went ahead and kept a spreadsheet so we could see the final price at the end, and then reassess what our decisions were. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that works good. So this item, are we willing to increase? We have thumbs up to increase from 25 to 60,000 for the weed spray.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely.
We didn't, we just moved this from ag to Public Works last year, right? And
I know there was a program in ag that did move over to Public Works, but
yeah, it moved over. I know we had mechanical problems and that shut us down this year, despite a whole lot of work on putting the plan together, which I appreciated. So is this going to Public Works or is this going to ag?
This is going to Public Works. Public Works does do the spraying program. This equipment is for them and is funded out of their budget.
Okay, my concerns are, last time we bought a big truck for ag. And that hasn't quite played out the way it was pitched to us.
Right.
So I assume that with Public Works, this will make the spraying possible.
Well, we needed a new spraying rig for quite a few years. And I do know the problems with the actual vehicle. And we don't have a choice. So last year they ended up renting vehicles to finish up the spraying that they did. And this cost is more significant than they originally intended, but at this point, it's only a value because the cost otherwise is more exponential than what we're paying for this in the long run.
And we didn't, because of that cost, weren't able to continue to spray because of the winter and wet. So we ended up with weeds along the side of the road they were trying to cut.
I
And
know.
we're trying to catch up since.
We had some great conversations about what we're getting. I mean, we did a lot of things. Just, yeah. Okay, I don't oppose this.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. Martin. So we have 5 yeses on that.
So the next one is, and this is budgeted in the budget, but since the board voted in 21-22 to combine building and code compliance, one thing that has been realized since that is the impact code compliance is having on the building reserve fund and the potential for drawing it down. So we had conversations with Doug regarding this, and he was recommending to separate this. Typically in counties, this is a general fund funded department. So we did make that change here at final budget. We separated it out. That change resulted in a $314,000 additional expense to the general fund. That is in this budget. So by approving this separation, it does not impact the structural deficit I just presented to you. If you decide not to move forward with splitting it out, then that 314 would go back to the general fund.
Jack, your lights on?
Oh, sorry.
Teresa, you want to speak a little bit about this? We had a conversation when we had our discussion on this. You had your opinions and what you thought this was a good idea or.
So I do believe, and I know someone mentioned it earlier, that code compliance has been making great strides on the strategic plan and cleaning up some of the things that are really important throughout the county to make it more attractive for our residents and for tourism. If this continues in the public or the roads or not roads, the building department's budget, it would draw down the building fund, which isn't really appropriate. This should be a separately funded item. So we are recommending that this division be made. As Marcos has indicated, it is already included in the budget, so it will not increase the structural deficit. We're just wanting to be transparent that this change has been made in our budgeting.
There's going to be, if we approve this, 2 separate budgets versus 1 budget for the entire department. So
Correct.
The expenditures will be trackable through each code and building. Yeah.
That is correct.
So Martin, where are you on this? Jack? Linda? It's a 4-1.
And you want to back it?
Yeah, you want to.
Bring us over?
A couple, well, I totally get and understand that, building reserves are come from permits and other things which should be used specifically to benefit those people in what they're trying to do and move the building department forward in the future. So I do understand that. From what I understand, there is just over $1 million this year in the building reserve. And now we're unpacking that back into our general fund. When 2 years ago, we were explained that we could make it a zero game because the building official said he could make code compliance work inside the building department. So we're backtracking on something that was done 2 years ago. It's hitting our general fund now. I'm not really blaming anybody. I'm happy it didn't work out. So that's just bad taste in my mouth. No vote, but I understand why.
Just to be clear, we're not separating the two. The only thing we're doing, they're still under building, we're just separating the budgets from it. And I understand what you're saying, but I wanted to make that clear. We're not
Right.
separating the departments again. They're still consolidated.
Right, you know, we aren't putting them in their own building.
Correct.
You're correct, Kerry.
Okay.
I thank you for clarifying that for me, because I hear that.
Okay. So still, I still have 4-1 moving forward.
Okay. Then the TOT fire true up. So in the last 2 years, we have trued up the fire districts to the 25% of what was received, as opposed to moving forward with 25% of budgeted. So on the screen there, you'll see that the 682, 181 under 2022-23 was 25% of what was received in 21-22. So the request here is to true up the fire departments to 25% of what was received in 22-23, which would be an increase of 58,643. It is currently not budgeted in here, so that amount will affect the structural deficit, and it would come out of general fund. And so that's the request here, to true them up to 25% of actuals from last year.
We did budget. They were here and we said we were going to.
Deal's the deal.
Seal's the deal.
So we have thumbs up on this, 58,000. Okay.
Okay, tree mortality. So here are the projects. We had a couple of board meetings regarding this. Projects 41 through 47. Project 41 is fully funded. The board has given direction to move forward with that, as that is on BLM land. Projects 42 through 47 are currently not at this moment. We have administration put together the numbers and estimated the cost of the county match to be about 107,389 to complete projects 42 through 47, and a small amount for reporting as well. In looking at our current grants, we do have $55,000 available towards fuels reductions, and it could be put towards the $107,000 match. If the board decides to do that, then what is needed is $52,389 in order to be able to complete all the projects that have been identified. So I'm asking for one, if we utilize the 55,000, if the board is willing to put forward 52,389 to complete the projects, that money could come from the general fund. So I would have to either reduce contingencies or reduce the transfer into capital in order to cover that. Or we can look at a different funding source. A different funding source could be the Butte Fire settlement funds that are still out there. But this is where I'm looking for direction from the board on if we want to move forward with the 52,389 as a match, in addition to the 55,000 we have in a grant currently.
Okay.
What is the source of the $55,000 available through grant for fuel reduction?
We have a Fire Safe Council grant that has $55,000 in it that's identified for fuels reduction.
All right, that's pretty straightforward.
Supervisor Hubbard.
This is a hill I would like to die on, no pun intended. I drove around this weekend and looked at all of these areas, and ultimately, I think I'm going to use my father, I'm turning into my father's saying in an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I do think that we need to get rid of these trees. It's very important, and it will cost us far more if we don't.
Supervisor Stopper, your lights on?
I don't see any trees getting worked on in District 5 on those projects, but the need up the hill,
Something coming up.
I'm gonna leave it to you all to make the decision first, and I'll follow up, but I see the need.
An ounce of prevention.
Now, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Okay, remember that.
No
So
counters.
I'm a yes.
Yes. Thank you.
So we got 4.5, 4 3/4. No, that's all at 5. We got 5.
And just to clarify, are we looking to take the match out of general fund? Or are we looking for a different source such as the Butte Fire?
Could you remind everybody how much is left in the Butte Fire?
Sure. In the Butte Fire, we have set aside $1 million for audit purposes. We also have a reserve that has roughly $800,000 and change in there. We are also, we lent money out to the fairgrounds and they are paying us back. I believe $123,000 came in from that. So roughly at this time, there's probably just under $2 million.
But there's still projects out there. They have till December 31st to finish.
Correct.
Part of that money.
There's another $109,000, I believe it is, of outstanding projects that's still out there. Yes.
Are you interested in using the Butte Fire?
Yes. When it comes to money coming back from the fair will more than cover it, I believe. So at that point, it's money that we intended to spend already that we are getting back because they went through a great process in getting a grant and gave us the money back. So I see it.
Seems
As long as you're okay with it,
Hey,
Mr.
man, this
Dermody.
seems like an appropriate use of.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Is Amanda okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then my final item looking for direction is Cosgrove Creek. So in the past, Cosgrove Creek has worked with CAL FIRE to clear portions of Cosgrove Creek, ultimately to protect county infrastructure. The amount budgeted each year has been approximately $30,000. And so there is currently $30,000 in the budget that was there at recommended. However, CAL FIRE is not available this year, and their help has reduced the amount it would have cost us. And so without them being available, our costs have increased. So we reached out and we received a quote for Gold Creek Ranch and Grouse Drive areas. I'm calling those phase 1 and phase 2. It is estimated to be approximately $60,000. Again, there's $30,000 in the budget, so it would take an additional $30,000 to complete phase 1 and phase 2. I have to make a correction on this next statement so the third phase is not a third phase. It's actually to complete the third phase and the entire project. So the entire project is not an additional 115. Is essentially to complete everything would take an additional 85,000 because 30 is already in the budget. So it is not 175 to do all 3 phases. It's $115 to do all 3 phases. So I just wanted to clarify that as that information came across this morning. So what I am asking, just to clarify what I'm asking here, is if the board is willing to put $85,000 addition to the 30 that's in the budget, that would cover the clearing of Cosgrove.
If we have 30 in there and to do all phases, 175, that would mean you need 145.
So we're excluding everything below Vista del Lago?
No, so we received some clarification this morning. So initially, the way I understood it was 60,000 for phase 1 and phase 2 and 115 for phase 3. Where we reached out again for clarification, it's 115 to do everything. Not in addition to the 60. And so I do have to correct it. Is not 175 to do everything. It's 115 to do everything. So,
okay. All right.
Will they have time to get it all done before it starts raining?
at this time, yes, if the board was to put those funds forward, they're able to complete the work. Yes.
They said they would be done by the end of October, they would be done, and our permit goes through November. What was that, Martin? Ounce of prevention?
I think that's the 2 pounds of cure after last year.
Yes. Supervisor Garman.
Thank you, Marcus. As we do this, I believe in prevention, absolutely. But I guess my question is this going to be an annual 115 or is this fixing the problem? Are we fixing the problem or are we just clear and brush?
This is not to fix the problem. This is clearing brush.
It alleviates.
But next
To a
year,
certain degree.
we may have the Vallecito Corps again back next year. It's just this is because of the fact they told us we could not use them this year.
Yeah, I get the provisions. I'm not opposed to this. I would just really like to put 115 into figuring out some way to
Well,
I think
we are in.
I know you've been working.
We
on
are in
this.
conversations.
Yes, and we're in the process of getting that to where we need to be with that and bringing something forward to the board and costs and where the costs could come from. But it's been a long process that we're going.
That's a big.
I recognize, been down there with you guys, I recognize how complex this thing is. Therefore, I just have to ask one more question. Are the owners of the property contributing anything to this?
They have not in the past, no.
No, that's why we did work through the CAL FIRE prison crew.
They do
get it
pay
done.
taxes also.
Well, we all pay taxes.
Actually, I know we all pay taxes.
Right.
And they're paying a huge amount of FEMA insurance. A lot of these properties are just. Yeah. So I'm a yes. Ben, yes. Yes, yes. 5 yeses.
And then,
Thanks for your support, Jack. All your water flows down our way.
Good point. That's a good point. I didn't want to break into that.
I'm gonna tell you what, Cosgrove Creek starts on what property?
Yeah.
I think
Above
it's a
Paloma.
mini ranch.
Above Paloma. Way above Paloma.
and just a housekeeping. Just a housekeeping question, and did we want this to come from the general fund, or are we looking for another source? Like the Butte Fire, PG&E?
With the Butte Fire, the stuff coming back from the fair. Where are we at with the one amount that we were so graciously gave to Martin? And his pound of flesh.
So.
Yeah, it was 52,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Almost
50
million. You got it.
No, coming back from the fair, I think.
Oh,
Fair, we received a check for $123,000, so we have deposited that. They also have filed claim with the state for over $300,000 that we're anticipating to come our way as well.
So that could be covered underneath that same fund and we would be a zero game on general fund still. You agreement with that, Mr. Garman?
Fairgrounds did a great job.
Yeah, we appreciate them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And then just for some final budget highlights, we currently are still under economic uncertainty, so admin is constantly monitoring and reevaluating our budget numbers throughout the year. We do anticipate, because of previously negotiated MOUs, we will have large increases each year as COLAs were built into those MOUs. We continue to push for the reduction in one-time the dependence on one-time funding. Our structural deficit reduced from approximately $9.4 million at this time last year to approximately 2.5 currently. But although it is reduced, we do continue to have a structural deficit and we are continuing to chip away at that. And our general fund reserves and contingencies are at or above policy minimums. And so with that, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors, the Auditor Controller, IT, the admin staff, human resources, departments, department heads, their fiscal staff for participating and help us put together this final budget books. Do I have any other questions?
Is there any other questions the board have?
I just want to note that, that's a structural deficit of less than 1% of the total dollars. That's pretty remarkable. Congratulations.
Over the course of the last years that we've been.
Yeah, that's remarkable work.
Good job.
Thank
Any other board comments? If not, I'll open it to staff. Does anybody in staff have any comments, requests? Anything to say? No? Okay. Anybody online? Any staff online?
None online.
I'll open up to public comments. Is there any public comments? Come on up to the microphone.
All this stuff.
My name is Ann Dash, and I've been here before talking to you about the animal shelter. And I was really hoping, it was interesting listening to all the budget things today. This is good. But one of the things that the people that I've been working with, not only for the development of the new shelter, but one of the things we're really concerned about is, as volunteers, is the lack of adequate staffing at the animal shelter. Because we're too dependent on volunteers. And we do currently have a few temporary hires, but it's still very difficult right now. In the last 5 months, we've averaged 645 hours a month of people just taking care of the dogs. With the cats, which is where I work, we average 90 to 100 hours a month. During May and June of this year, we averaged 131 hours. Because and speaking just of the cats, since early spring, we've had upwards of 70 cats in our shelter. We currently are down to about 63 or 64. That's because of kitten season, and it's because of 2 very large confiscations. And on the second confiscation, we had a lot of animals with medical problems. So they're very intensive work. So for full care of the cats, we figure that we need 3 volunteers a day to cover cleaning, food and water, medication, and socialization. And socialization is absolutely the most important because nobody wants to adopt a hissy, scared kitten. So we have to, and that's very time consuming. Currently, 2 days a week, we have 2 volunteers. 3 days a week, we have 1 volunteer. And 2 days a week, we have no volunteers with the cats, which means that the one single kennel assistant in charge of the cats is responsible for 60 animals and has to take care of all of the things that I've mentioned, unless other staff is pulled from their duties or the manager comes to help clean cage and transport animals to the vet. And that's really not a useful use of their time. It's not an efficient use of their time. So like I say, the basics do get done, but the animals don't get the socialization that they need. So our overdependence on volunteers and temporary hires is not a good way to run an organization. And the current staff are working hard at a difficult job, and they deserve better support than what they're getting. And I would really ask you to find funds for additional permanent staff for the shelter, because the volunteers, we're old and we're tired, and we're starting to say, no, we just can't do anymore because we're being asked to do too much.
Your time's up. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. I just managed. Thank you.
Any other public comments in the room? Seeing none, are there any online?
There are none online.
Okay, there's none online. So we want to put up what we agreed to, or do we have it? To make sure when we make this motion to adopt this, that we have all the items, or at least go through them and make sure we have what's proposed to us here and what we agreed to on the items. I thought county council was keeping track.
The needs usually keeps track in our office, but you got to hold off on the call of the state, so.
The public works, wants the general fund, the other ones want the.
So we had, public works was requesting an increase from 25,000 to 60,000. So that is coming out of public works, so that would be an increase in the contingency in order to fund, that increase. When we had tree mortality.
I don't think your microphone's on.
Well, that helps. So we had in public works, again, 25,000 increase to 60,000. That's going to come out of the public works fund, and that is a decrease to their contingencies to offset that. For tree mortality, it is an additional contribution of 52,389, and that's going to come out of the Butte Fire Fund. And then additionally for Cosgrove Creek, it's an addition of 85,000, and that is coming out of the Butte Fire Fund as well.
And
No, yeah. Great.
And Marcus, the fire true up is coming from general fund.
Correct. The fire true up, the 58,864 is coming from general fund.
Okay. So I'll bring it back to the board. Do I hear a motion to accept the budget as presented with the additions of what Marco just went through? I'm sorry, County Council, you,
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna remind that to close the public hearing at some point, and then yeah, I guess technically the motion would be to give direction to staff to bring back those adjustments as stated
the next,
as
on the
part of,
26th.
yes, the resolutions.
Okay, I will close the public hearing then and bring it back to the board. So we have a motion to have direction to Marcos and admin Teresa to bring this back on the 26th with the adjustments we just spoke about.
I move.
Second.
So a motion by Supervisor Fallendorf, second by Supervisor Stopper, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. See you on the 26th. And with that, we'll move on to the final. You are complete, right? Yes. You're done. You got everything you need. I'll give you a minute to let the room clear because they don't want to hear our announcements. Thank you, Marcus. You did a great job. Thank you.
Very passionate people.
And for a final budget, that was pretty easy compared to years in the past.
Sorry.
And a difference from $9 to $10 million.
Yeah, it's almost 9.5 million.
We still alive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With supervisor announcements.
All right, we're at supervisor announcements in compliance with Government Code 53232.3D. Board members shall provide brief reports on any meetings attended at the expense of the local agency and may make other announcements or report out. We'll start with Supervisor Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. Corey Allen gave me an amazing all-day tour of the HHSA. I just wanted to say thank you. It was a very educational. I emceed the Sierra Logging Museum Jamboree. Agency on Aging meeting was canceled, and I attended the Habitat for Humanity and Veterans event yesterday.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lots of meetings, but nothing that I have, I'm required to report. I was busy a couple weeks.
Okay, Supervisor Fallendorf.
Last week attended the Council of Governments meeting. We had updates from Public Works, Caltrans, and the City of Angels. All the projects seem to be going forward, and we did get a grant. My mind's going blank.
We got a grant
Of what we got for
for
it.
$5 million for
No,
street safety.
I'm thinking of the other one. There was another one too. But yes, the 5 million, we got one, there were two grants at that. Anyways, there was the grant for 5 million for trade safety, which is a big deal. And then I attended the Utica Water and Power meet and greet with the congressman at the old powerhouse. And I did not make it. I did not make it to Habitat, unfortunately, yesterday. So thank you, Martin, for being there to represent the board.
Oh, that was Martin's. I thought it was Marita's second home. I didn't know. No.
She shows up at the.
Yeah, she should. Marita did show up. She was fashionably late.
She was waiting down the other.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
You
go.
went to the wrong powerhouse.
She's at the new powerhouse, WO.
Yeah. And that's all I have to report.
Supervisor Stopper.
I have a meeting on Friday. I have a meeting on Friday with the Central Sierra Economic Development District to finalize our SEDS for the comment review and 30-day review and comment period. So we'll be working through finalizing that. Setting us up to be functional with the state for our economic development grants. Positive thing. Then this next 26th meeting. It's the first meeting in my time as supervisor that I will not be able to attend. So I won't be here. So good luck.
All by ourselves.
And I'll try not to cost the county any money through litigation later. That's about all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Stopper. And yes, I attended the COG meeting with Supervisor Fallendorf. and a couple other meetings. And I think we have tomorrow, we'll be with HHS for a luncheon and a tour of Jack's district there in West Point.
Yep.
Yep. Thursday, not tomorrow, Thursday. And that's all I have to report. Teresa, do you have anything you would like to report?
Not really to report, but I'd like to thank my team. I know they make it look easy, but the budget really is kind of a monumental task and the coordinating with all the departments. But I have to say the department heads have been phenomenal to work with. Everybody was very cooperative, and I think the collaboration showed in this year's budget. So hopefully we can continue that moving forward, but it was a good process.
County Council?
Nothing.
I do have one other thing to report and say. We were challenged, this board was challenged by the clerk's office. They threw out the gauntlet to challenge us on the upcoming Halloween contest that we have annually here. They're challenging us for the canned food collection, whether we can beat them in their collections, or can we get more than them? We're a little bit handicapped in fact that we can't talk to each other without being in public, and they can go back there and say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. But I say we accept their challenge.
Sure, I was under the impression that they were actually going to do it for us.
Do I have a second on that motion?
And also,
You could perform, you could like create a couple of ad hoc committees. to work with us.
There you go. Go over and see what they're doing.
In the interest of us collaborating, I'll be the hub. Not really.
So are we going to pick up that challenge and take them on, or are we not going to?
Don't be scared.
I think we need to collect and put here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's gotta be out here, and we'll decorate.
That'll be perfect.
more
There'll be a
decorations.
wall.
I have more decorations than last year, so we can decorate around it. And
But there's so many more people than us. I mean, can we partner with another department?
we could do, would admin be willing to partner with? They were last year.
We still haven't finalized the budget, right? We got.
So Edmund's happy to partner on this and take up that challenge too.
Okay.
It's us versus them.
Some temporary cuts.
You have seen our creations, correct, in the last few years.
They go all out.
Yes, but not just a wall of food, creations.
Creation.
Yes.
Well, I say we take them on.
Okay.
Even though there's only 5 of us, we could still take them on.
We're not doing the Bible thumping contest with the nuns.
Okay.
Do we have the theme, or is it just food collection and we're voting on?
I'm gonna recruit some child labor.
We have to fill out the application that Mark's going to be sending out to each department. So, yeah, we have to be a part of that, but we can still be part of a separate challenge with them.
What's our final day?
It is going to be, the judging is actually on October 27th, but we can always just do something on October 24th, which is a board meeting day.
So, yeah,
So,
that makes kind of sense.
October 24th for a,
Deal.
And you guys go pencils down too on October 20th.
okay, all right,
Yeah,
okay.
all right. October 24th, we have till the 24th. Start collecting cans.
We could call, 7 days later is the 31st. We could call for a special meeting.
To count cans.
Yeah.
All right, I think maybe we should designate Martin to count the cans over there and then come over here and count our cans.
I'll do that. I'm really excited, that can't be a judge's.
Yeah.
It's like the best thing ever to be a judge. Walk around the county and see all the effort that goes into.
With the costume on and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the best was seeing the dinosaur race last year.
Oh, yes.
Robert dressed as a dinosaur, riding a dinosaur, running around the.
All right. With that, unless we have anything else to say, we stand adjourned.